All right, welcome back to FAB Gauntlet Week 12. That's 3 months in. That's crazy to think. I'm joined always by Dante Delfico. Welcome, Dante.
How's it going, man?
Pretty good, pretty good.
Are you excited for this match? Because
Uh,
I'm hype.
yeah, so we've got two
I
new.
haven't seen Chain v Prism ever.
Yep, two new heroes. I'm gonna go ahead and adjust the names. While I do that, if you hear something on the stream, like you hear Dante mumbling too much and you need me to turn him up, or any kind of technical issues, let me know because we've always got a bunch of them to get through. But Dante, talk to me about this matchup while I update these names.
That's just round one, man. That's how it is. How's go round one, and then once round two starts, we're perfect. I'll tell you what. I don't know all that much about this matchup. I know how Chain plays. I know how Prism plays, but I don't know how they play into each other. I feel like it might be a little bit of a difficult game for Chain just because um, Prism is able to come in for like 16 damage a turn, and Chain doesn't usually want to be blocking. He wants to be the aggressor in the matchup. But Chain does have that Carrion Husk, which can definitely help out with some of those big um, Phantasm attacks from the Prism player. On the Prism side, I feel like you definitely just want to keep the pressure up to not allow Chain to have his big turns. But those turns take a little while to come up, especially if you've got to make Soul Shackles. So I think as the Chain player, you're probably going to want to go second here maybe to hopefully try and get some cards out of your opponent's hand. And just block up with your first hand. Even though I think ideally you'd want to be making shackles as early as possible going first, but it's a real toss up. So we'll see. I guess how they choose to play it out.
Looks like Prism's going first. I just want to quickly mention that on the Shane side, we do have Tower number 9. That's a multi-gauntlet champion. I think 4-time at this point. But I actually think the Shane is favored here. But we do see him come in with Herald Triumph Blue with Go again. So that's, I mean, we can get a lot of damage presented by the Prism player here. Tower is going second, which is nice. The Carrion Husk is also fantastic. Carrion Husk can really time walk the opponent here. So I think it's pretty much the all star. Once you get to that two, if you can keep that Carrion Husk up, get 2 shackles, roll into that 2 shackle turn with the husk still up. Oh man, when you get that third one going, it can be really nice to make your opponent take a turn off. But Herald of Triumph Blue, pretty easy to deal with, most likely for Tower. One thing to note as well is this chainless is going to run 2 Command and Conquers, so the threat of, obviously not in Herald of Triumph, but the threat of breaking is going to be significant, and that is going to be an Art of War, and we are going to banish a Riftbind. So it looks like he may have had like a double instant hand here. Pretty rough. But I do see him
Yeah,
pick up Unhallowed Rites and Vexing Malice.
not too good for blocking. I would assume that he probably wants to block all the damage to prevent the Prism from getting cards into her soul. Um, I feel like one of the ways that Prism can kind of run away with it is if you start getting Spectral Shields up. Chain has a lot of on-hit triggers that I feel he would suffer from if they're all getting blocked up by Spectral Shields, and then the Prism's able to come back in still and deal a good amount of damage on her turn there. So we'll have to see. It looks like he was able to block out all the damage though, so nothing's going in the Prism's soul, and then he'll be able to draw a fresh hand, and he still has that Riftbind in his banish as well to be able to play out on his turn
Yep.
if he wants to.
Yep, pretty good. Was able to, not give a card in the player in Prism Soul. Had to use his Art of War, but I think it ultimately worked out for him. Because I mean, it would have sucked to have Prism kind of tee off on you, and maybe lose that Carrying Husk on turn 0.
For sure. It's definitely, it sucks to lose the Art of War, but I mean, there's also, a pretty good chance you might have banished it anyway. So if you can get it out of your hand and get good value out of it, which I think he did by banishing the Riftbind and preventing any cards from going into the Prism Soul on turn 1, I think it's definitely worth it. It looks like the Riftbind is going to end up getting buffed here if he does play it out because he's starting with the Seeds. And yeah, it looks like he's going to pitch to swing the Nebula Blade with Go again after he made a
For
Soul
4,
Shackle.
yeah.
Yeah, 4 because the Seeds was played. So again, this is those on-hit triggers I was talking about before, where if he hits, he will make a Runechant token. And those Runechant tokens add up pretty quick. You definitely don't want to be eating too many Runechants in a game, because you'd be surprised how quickly your life ticks down. There's also a lot of cards in the chain, I guess chain cards, Shadow Runeblade cards, that get additional effects if you've dealt arcane damage.
Nourishing
Um,
Emptiness.
Rip through reality gets go again. Yeah, banish. Ooh, okay.
These
I guess that's the turn one play. Everybody's running nourishing nowadays.
Yeah, I don't understand. I
Crazy.
really don't understand running Nourishing Emptiness in a deck that runs other attack actions. Like I see it as a one of maybe in like Kano, but like ugh, even then.
Yeah.
But yeah, here it's like I mean it's literally it just becomes Brutal Assault. But we can see that this Prism player has probably teched his deck to be good against the mirror. Because we see Nourishing Emptiness, which is pretty bad as just like a a card by itself, and then also this Yellow Raging Onslaughts, which does give go again, but is also just like the probably one of the most efficient sixes you can have. Being like a yellow six that blocks for 3, it's quite nice. But yeah, that Nourishing Emptiness, I don't understand. But I say that, and then I played a skirmish, I think it was like 2 weeks ago, where an Ira just Nourishing Emptiness me on turn 0, and I was like, sick.
Dude, I don't understand the Nourishing Emptiness either. I think it is, every time people ask me if I think it's a good card, I just send them a picture of Brutal Assault, and I'm like, do you think this is a good card? And they say no, and I say exactly.
That's your card.
It is my card. That's the issue. But I don't think it's good. And I don't think Nourishing Emptiness is good either.
Says the guy that yeah, Grendel says the guy who ran Brutal Assault. The pioneer.
Hey, listen, I know it's my card. That's my card. And I fully I can appreciate the fact that it's complete garbage, all right? However, that was the best substitute I had at the time with 5 minutes before Gauntlet, okay? So leave me alone. It's just God.
I mean, I'm not. I don't think. I think I'm never gonna say anything bad about it. I thought it was good. Dante Brutal
Yeah.
Assault. Dante.
Right.
Oh,
Yeah.
dude. Hayden Dale says Dante Brutal Assault Delphico. Dante's deck building prowess is legendary. Oh, they know.
You guys are brutally assaulting me verbally. This is crazy. I can't believe this Twitch chat right now. It's wild. Come on.
Okay, so we got an easy full block here. Blocks to 7. Yeah, I mean, we'll see what this banishes. Kind of utilized a bit of armor, but kept that carrying husk and stayed at 18. So looking pretty good for our chain player. We are going to banish a blue Riftbind. Tower number 9. You're playing blue Riftbinds. What happened, man? I thought we agreed those were bad.
Yeah, I don't love the blue Riftbind, and I think this turn will quickly show why I don't love the blue Riftbind, because you have to play it out of your banish to stop yourself from taking blood debt. And it's literally for 1 damage, which is, I don't know about you, but I don't think it's very threatening at all.
I really like
Here.
Gorganian Tome in this deck. Like I've been really enjoying that card. Wow, that was an underwhelming turn. Holy
Yeah,
poop.
that is sad.
That is that okay.
You must have really had nothing.
Yeah, may have to use the husk.
and-
I guess. Oh, we're double pitching for Genesis.
Mm,
Genesis is it's pretty good. But Chain can deal with Genesis a lot better than a lot of other decks. Dreaded Brutality is banned, right? Yes, that is correct. Dreaded Brutality is banned.
unfortunately,
To Dante's
rest in
dismay.
peace.
Yeah.
Yeah, God, I miss it so much. I love that card more than anything in the world.
Yeah, so Tower likely just going to come in, get go again, and then in his last attack hit that Genesis, because that's an absolute must answer on the board there.
Yeah, the Genesis was played on his turn, and then on his opponent's turn, he was able to banish, make the Spectral Shield, put a card into Soul. Sorry, put a card into Soul, then banish it to make another Spectral Shield by pitching for that. So he's got 2 Spectral Shields up now and a Genesis, and now it's all about how to navigate through basically trying to put on pressure while dealing damage and break that Genesis as well. It's usually an attack into the Prism player, and then you finish, whatever your attack string is, however many that ends up being. Usually 2 or 3 on the chain deck. Then you attack the Genesis basically. So looks like he's going to take 2 damage and break both Spectral Shields, I believe, unless I'm missing something.
I do believe that is what's happening. So,
Also, a bit of a life discrepancy I'm noticing here.
Yeah, it looks like the phone is not getting updated. Tower's life is for sure going to be correct. So I think Tower.
Yeah.
So the Prism player is actually at 15, and then Tower is at 17 or 9. Tower, put that back.
Well, that does not help us whatsoever.
All right, Tower just hits us with the big FU.
Yeah. Well, we'll never know at this point. Do you remember what Davis's life was on?
Yeah, it was 17 or 19, depending on how
17.
how nice
Okay.
his calligraphy is.
Was
I
it
couldn't tell.
17 or 19
I
though?
don't know, dude. This sounded like back in 9.
Okay, because his opponent was at 15. So I'm gonna try. I'm gonna keep track of the life on my
Oh,
phone.
looks like the phone
Um,
may be getting updated here.
oh, okay. I see. I see. All right. I don't have to anymore.
There we
The
go.
players are gonna do that for us instead.
It was a 17. Haydendale asked, "What is Dante's opinion on mutated mass and Blitz Shane?"
Uh, that's a good question. I think that mutated mass is better in CC, to be honest with you.
I'm so confused.
However,
Hold on,
I don't love it.
bro. I think Tower just went down to 10. He took all of that without using his husk. That banishes at the
Maybe
beginning
he
of his
thinks
turn.
another attack is coming through.
No, that's
Or he
like
forgot what husk does. Maybe he blocks this with the husk. No, he still takes it.
I'm so confused.
He definitely just forgot he has a husk.
Hopefully he uses it now because I mean this is like 14. Yeah, but
Okay.
it's
Yeah,
still
there you go.
okay.
Yeah, that was a risky play. If he decided to like
If okay,
Arsenal,
dude, if
that
I wasn't
last
if I
turn,
was that prison player, I would just
yeah,
park that
I would
baby
just
in the
stuck that on
arsenal.
my arsenal. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Thanks for the freebie husk.
That was really odd.
Yeah, I don't know. That was an interesting play for sure. I usually want to be blocking out with the husk because your opponent can just do that where they say, okay, on my turn, and now your
Yeah.
husk gets broken. Especially if you don't really have a big follow up after that.
Okay, seeds. Okay, and seeds. Okay, triple
And
seeds.
seeds, all right, yeah,
Just
pretty
need
good.
Art of
Hopefully it has,
War,
like a
Bounding Demagon.
or something. Yeah, exactly. Wouldn't that be nice?
I wouldn't be surprised if he has an Art
Um,
of War in Arsenal, to be honest.
yeah.
He's had his Arsenal for a while. He played like really bad hands when he had like 2 cards. I don't know.
Mhm. Yeah, we'll see what it is.
Yeah,
To answer Hayden's question, I think that Mutated Mass is better in CC than Blitz, specifically because it basically is just a card that doesn't block. It's a blue that usually comes in for approximately 2 to 4 damage. I think it's very rare that you'll be able to get 6 damage out of it, but it's essentially just a blue card that doesn't block and can possibly deal 4 damage. I don't love it because I prefer cards that actually block just in case. Because I always find that I find myself in a situation where I need to block, and then I have 3 mutated mass and an invert existence in my hand. I want to cry, but that's just me. So I don't personally run it, but I can definitely see why people are running it.
Yeah, Dante is like Dante plays like Come to Fight and stuff. He likes blocking for 3 so much.
Dude, it's so true.
Yeah.
I love
Ooh,
Come to Fight,
E-Strike
bro.
is nice. Okay, so this is going to be
Yeah.
3 instances of Arcane, and then I'm assuming what could be 5 go again, or it could be 7 and we snappy here, which is definitely reasonable when you're at 3 Soul Shackles.
Mhm.
I would consider the 7 snap, but we will see right here, and he's going to take 2. Okay, that's the Arcane. Then we're going to block for 3.
I see.
Yep. Block for 3. Are we going to take 2? Yep, so it's for 5 with go again.
5 go again. Yeah. Which I think is reasonable. It makes it so that you don't have to use a shackle and you can use your shackle on something else.
Ooh,
Still
meet and
wondering
greet.
what exactly
Oh,
is in
okay,
his
so
arsenal.
now-
Ooh, that's pretty good.
Yeah,
That's good.
I'm really perplexed on what is in his arsenal. Well, it actually could still be Art of War, funny enough, because he didn't have like a I think he would play it still. I mean, he doesn't have a fantastic target. I think he would still play the Art of War on a 4-card hand like that. So now I don't think it is, but here we're going to see the power of the Nebula Blade. We get an on-hit trigger with the meet and greet as well. We're going to create the rune chant. Then we're going to Nebula Blade for 4, threatening to create another rune chant. And this is why this weapon is so powerful in this Shane list.
Big damage. I don't know about not making a soul shackle though. I feel like I would have made a soul shackle that turn just to make my next turn even more potent, basically.
In Blitz, it's surely a punt. I mean, maybe not surely, but like I really feel like you just make it every turn, especially considering that like I mean the next turn is the last turn of the game, right? Like
exactly.
Like there's like he has Snapdragons up. There's like no way. So why would you not want to banish 4?
Yeah.
I think that through our play we've also just kind of consistently like there's almost never. I think there literally is never a situation in Blitz where you just like don't soul shackle.
Like the games that we played where we didn't shackle every turn are the games that we lost basically.
Yeah. But it is easy.
The
It is
shackles
easy to forget.
just basically it's like how much card advantage are you gonna have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Are you able to get 5 in a Blitz game? That would be Pretty
So,
wild.
new person in the chat, Mel Manzana. I don't know if you've heard of him, Dante, but he does
I've
say,
heard of that guy. Yeah,
says
he's
get Kano on stream. I want to see Dante mauled. Actually, Mel
he's
Manzana
the worst.
or Mike C or Resident Boomer. Um, Dante has fully committed to actually playing Kano now.
I bought Storm Striders. I did it.
He's been practicing heavy with a
I
very
can't
special
keep
French.
losing that deck.
No, I am 100% serious, and he is practicing a lot with a certain French Canadian.
You can ask Guy. You can ask Guy. You'll see. Soon I'm coming to the tournaments. I'm gonna ruin everybody's tournament with Kano, and everybody's gonna hate me. I'm gonna become the villain of Kano.
There's our Whisper of
and
the
I'm
Oracle.
gonna love it.
Yeah, so Whisper.
That's the super tech right there.
Okay, so we block, and then we're gonna go down to 4 here.
Imagine that was a mutated mass, Brendan. Wouldn't have blocked for anything.
I'm not throwing mutated mass in my blitz deck.
Well, we'll
Vexing Malice.
A miss,
Seeds.
a hit,
okay.
and a hit.
It's a blue
but it's
though.
a blue Riftbind. Yeah, yucky.
Gosh.
Gross.
Gross.
Not exactly what you want to be seeing, but at least it's a Riftbind nonetheless. If we end up seeing what that top card of his deck is, I would love to know if it's another Blood Dead card.
Where is the Art of
He could
War?
have that in his banish.
He's got another Art of War, and he's had this arsenal since like turn 1. I feel like I'm super interested to see what it is. I mean, he's got that rune chant queued up. He's actually doesn't have any. He literally doesn't have any more meet and greets though, because he banished one before. He banished a blue as well. So we're gonna start out with the seeds here.
It might just be a non-attack action that he has in his arsenal, just
Could
waiting
be.
for a turn where maybe he doesn't draw into one, because there are a lot of cards in the chain deck where if
Razor
you banish them, you
Reflex.
need to play a non-attack action to be able to play them out. I don't think Davis plays Razor in this.
But if anybody was gonna play Razor Reflex and Shane, it would be Davis. Let's be real.
It would be him. Yeah,
He's
yeah.
a big fan of the Razor Reflex. Okay, so we're gonna take the rune chance. So we've taken the arcane damage. It's E strike for what I hope is 7. I hope this is for 7, and we're gonna snap this. Yeah, it looks like it is because we are gonna block for 7.
Yep.
And we will say, move to reactions, sir. I'm still taking 1. Oh, okay, so he took. It was a take
He
back.
chose not to block with the vestige. Yeah, a little take backsies
Little
after
take
he
back.
dropped it. The cold foil vestige of soul dropped on the playmat.
Have we moved past reactions or no? We're still in reactions. Okay.
We must be.
Yeah, I mean he's at 2 health. I mean if you've got anything, you snappy this.
Yeah, seriously.
I mean like
I mean,
how
maybe
deep
like I know
how
what
deep
the
into
card
a
in the
game with
arsenal
Shane
is.
can you? So when usually when I play Shane, like I snap on like the first big turn I can get, just to keep the opponent perpetually behind. Because once they're below 10 health, I mean if you Art of War them, yeah, there we go. There's the snappies. If you Art of War them when they're on like 10 or like sub 10 health, they usually can't block it out. Okay, we see an Invert Existence. We're just coming in for 4. What is the card in his arsenal?
This is like a ghostly visitor.
So and keep in mind he did Shane here. So yeah, I mean he's gonna be floating the 1. He does have
I was
go.
going to give it go again. Yeah.
And it is.
I would assume.
Yeah, it is lethal. If
It's got to be like a vexing malice.
Vexing would be nice. That's
or
a nice one.
Yeah.
He has
or a
banished the
ghostly
Vexing.
visit.
Yeah, he did banish the Vexing, so definitely 1 left in the deck.
If we send any bounding demigons out of him, it might just be.
Oh, well, why would you Arsenal bounding Demigon?
I have no idea why.
I mean, I guess
it's stuck in there for a long time.
Yeah, I guess if it's a red, like it's okay to Arsenal bounding
Yeah.
Demigon, but like
Although I feel like he would have just played it out on those other turns.
yeah. I think so, but
Unless he's trying to make less soul shackles so that he doesn't deck out too quickly. If he thinks that the prism plan is going to be to block him out.
no way. I mean, maybe he's got another Art of War, and then boom, we're gonna. It's just a Rift
I'll
Bind.
play the Rift Bind, right? Yeah. I forgot
Man,
about the,
I
the
really
Rift
hope
Bind
that
for two.
yeah, Davis has to flip this Arsenal at the end of the game. I just can't deal with like not knowing. And boom, he does block. It does take his entire hand, and we're blocking with our armor. So surely on 4 Soul Shackles, we do not have no Snapdragons, but if we find a Vexing Malice, it is definitely lethal. So 4 cards into the
if you
hand.
draw into like a shadow puppetry or something like that.
All right, so hear me out.
I mean,
The Art of War is in the hand, it's in the arsenal, or it's getting banished right here. So, okay. That
Pretty good.
sucks.
Bad.
That's
Awful.
good.
Pretty good.
That's good.
That's really good too. There
That's
you
good
go.
with Bounding Demigon.
I
Okay,
think that
so
Howl from
dude,
Beyond was the first card he banished as well. So
he has
it's got to be Art of War in his
he has
arsenal.
Art of War, or he drew it in his hand, right?
Yeah. Because I'm pretty sure that that Howl was the first card he banished or he pitched. In the game. So
I haven't seen the other Howl though. Right? That's the first Howl we've seen. May only play one, but
I could have sworn we saw another one.
Was it blocked?
Maybe I'm blind though. I might have just forgotten here.
I haven't been pitch tracking, so it's fine. But it's the first Shadow of Ursa I've seen.
I just think it might be because it was the last card that came off the top. I forget what the next card he pitched was, but I think that we saw the other Howl at some point in this game.
Yeah.
Can't remember for sure, but either way, he should have a pretty big turn here, especially if that was the Howl. And there's the Shadow Puppetry that he's starting off with. Pretty good.
I believe our friend has a... okay, so we're just going to... Bounding Demigon. This is going to be for 5, and it has a conditional hit trigger. If it hits, Tower is going to be able to ban it. He may banish the top card of his deck. So, did we just block for 7? Interesting.
No, he just blocked for 6.
But he ticked up the skull cap.
I think that was used last turn. Maybe he just forgot to pick it up before.
Okay, so we're going to come in with 4 go again. All we need is another 4 after this, and it's lethal.
Well, he has that Shadow Verser in his banish, so you can't really do much about this, unfortunately.
Okay,
now
we're dead.
And then you literally just play the Shadow Verser from your banish and call it a day. You don't even need to play any of the cards from your hand. Ooh,
right.
The jazz hands too. His opponent's letting him know.
Can we get
bro?
Can we get some chat predictions on what Tower's arsenal is? It was Arsenal turn 1 and never played. Like
Sigil of Solace.
No, but like I'm pretty sure I know.
No, I know it's impossible.
Like I know the list too, so it's okay. Tower's just rubbing.
All right, yeah, we're going insult to injury here. Yeah. Of course.
Come to fight.
Because why not?
Ah, there it is. I told you there was 2.
Another Howl from Beyond. So we didn't see it. You were right. Yeah, you were right.
Which is a good card to arsenal.
Why did he arsenal? What did he arsenal his last card? The game's over.
That's just rude. He's just like, look, I can go.
Yeah, that is Ultra BM. That's kind of crazy. We don't strive for that kind of behavior in the Gauntlet here, people.
Where was the other Art of War?
You don't need to play a double Howl from Beyond and then arsenal your last card in your hand.
Opponent has no cards in hand. He's like, Howl.
That is a Mike C play if I've ever seen one in my life. Mike will have the game, his opponent will be scooping up, and he'll be like, wait, and then he'll show his opponent how he's going to kill him.
All right. So that concludes round 1 of FAB Gauntlet, week 12, our 3-month mark. Oh, man, that's just crazy. What a grind. That is a long time. All right. So I just want to shout out Deck Edge, our main sponsor. Been here since week 1. So been here with us literally for 12 weeks now. Just great guy to work with. He's got a Patreon. If you're able to get in, it's literally the best deals you can get on FAB product. And I'm not even saying that because he's our sponsor. But he sells first edition at like MSRP. And I don't even know what the Unlimited goes for, but it's a good deal. If you can get into the Patreon, that's the way to go. It's pretty competitive, usually full, but he does open spots just for people, just for the FAB Gauntlets. If you want to shoot him a DM, tell him you're coming from FAB Gauntlet, maybe he'll get you in. I know last week we got a bunch of people in on some of the Unlimited spots. But with that, we'll take a quick break, and then we'll head into round 2.
See you guys in a bit. Sorry.
All right, welcome back to round 2 of FAB Gauntlet Week 12. We have Joel Grizzle on Shane versus Let's on Ira. Let's is actually, he's the runner-up from last week, I believe. He lost to Dominic in the finals. Dante, I'm going to update these names. Tell me about the Shane versus Ira matchup.
This one comes down to how early can you break the husk. As the Ira player, you definitely want to get the husk early. That's like Chain's big momentum swinging turn. You want to have a turn as the Ira player where you can use your boots efficiently. As Chain, you want to kind of be blocking up and playing a little bit more slowly, kind of mitigating the damage that you're taking, and waiting until you have maybe 3 or 4 soul shackles until you break that husk. If you're able to break it at like the 2, 3, 4 soul shackle point, you're laughing. You're having the best day of your life. It makes it a lot easier. Usually you end up breaking it on the turn where the Ira is coming in with the boots. Some Iras, I had one guy do this to me this weekend actually. I was playing Chain and he ran the needle into me. And like a fool, I just broke his needle turn 1 because I thought that was value. I was wrong. It ended up being no value at all, and I got crushed because I didn't have the husk for the big momentum swinger turn. So it ended up not working out very well at all for me, and I realized how important having that husk is to be able to change the tempo of the game. But it's definitely very important to make sure that you have at least 2 to 3 soul shackles before you do end up breaking that husk. You want to kind of be blocking up before that point.
Yep, for sure. Actually, do you think it's Ira favored or Shane favored, ultimately?
It's hard to say. It's really hard to say. I almost want to say it's 50-50 right now just because I don't have the data. I think that it's better for Chain if he goes first, to be honest with you.
I agree with Shane going first.
You get that soul shackle early. Yeah, you get the soul shackle early. So this is kind of what the Chain player wants, to be honest with you. He's just making rune chant and passing as well.
Yep.
Not going for any crazy damage, not letting the Iris cycle their hand, which I think is a pretty good play as well. But we'll see what the Ira is able to come back with here. Obviously, as Ira, you do still want to be going second. It is preferred. Yeah.
We've got
it is a Gauntlet first. The iPad life total.
The original 2006 iPad on display.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. I'm loving this. It is so easy for me to tell what life these players are at. What is he blocking with the skull cap there?
Yeah, he blocked with the skull cap. Yes, blocked second skull cap with Kadachi. Double blocked the Torrent Tempo. Let's is considering
blocking meet and greet down in Demigon.
Yeah, may have a very red hand here.
Considering using the boots here, it looks like.
Is he playing on a dinner tray?
He is going to use the boots.
He is playing on a Yeti cooler, I think. Almost surely. Or he's playing on a bin. I think he's playing on a bin. Yeah, like a storage bin.
Yeah, it looks like my old toy box when I was a kid was one of these bins.
The early Snapdragon I like because you won't be able to use it later. That being said, 4 damage is very unimpactful. Threatening 5 though, which is
what I was gonna say.
Yeah, could take him down to 14. Interesting. So only gonna go down to 15. That's quite a win for the Shane player because now the Shane's gonna ideally take some cards out of his hand and then husk next turn.
I agree completely. I think that if you're going to be using those Snapdragons, you definitely want it to be more impactful than something like a Hurricane technique. Yes, he could have broken his scales there, but then that's also just 1 fewer point of armor to contest with the Ira. And it makes it a lot harder to block the on-hit effects where, things are making rune chants and things like that with the sword. Or meet and greets or other cards. It just makes it a little bit
did have a blue
a little bit easier for you. That's if good. There aren't any. Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna ghostly visit with Go again. He had the blue. We have the rune chant coming in as well, so representing 5 damage here. Interested to see how the Ira decides to block. Looks like he takes the rune chant.
Taking another shackle as well. Based on how aggressive he was the first turn, I wouldn't be surprised if we didn't see any blocks this turn. So that he can just get the husk, basically. But it looks like he's going to be blocking, actually.
He did not make a shackle.
That's interesting.
I don't think he made a shackle. He just had it over since turn 0,
right? He did make a shackle after the ghostly visit.
Oh, really?
Because he was on 1 before, right? And then he makes a shackle.
No, did not make a shackle. Oh, shackle. I'm thinking rune chant, bro. I'm thinking of fucking rune chant.
Yeah, no, not a rune chant.
My B.
Come on, man, get your head in the game.
First
What are you
time.
doing?
Is that a plunder run out of Arsenal?
A plunder run from the?
Why would you not play that before? It's command and I guess he just only wants to pump the command and conquer.
He wants to buff the command.
Which
and
is
conquer.
weird though, because it's actually not relevant since there's nothing in the.
Yeah, I think I might have buffed the.
For sure, because both. Well, the hit trigger applies to both.
Swing the sword and Arsenal to command and conquer, right?
I mean. Yeah, or he
has no card in his arsenal anyway to blow up right now, right?
I mean,
don't play the plunder run from your arsenal.
No,
go ahead, Brendan.
Yeah, no, you definitely just play the plunder run and then you do the same exact play because you have 2 draw triggers, right? So forget about putting in the arsenal. You just draw.
Oh, yeah, true.
Do what he did here.
Yeah. Draw an arsenal the card you drew. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I prefer the command and conquers for when they can actually break something in the arsenal, but you're right. With the draw trigger, probably better to be able to draw something off it.
Yeah, I think this is
looks like he is taking the damage here, though.
That's fine. You go down to 14. You just like if you have Razor, you have it, whatever.
I think so too.
Okay, yeah. So it's like whatever.
Yeah.
And then I mean you lose the husk, but then the Iris still loses a turn. Like that's real.
Yeah, you were gonna block with the husk this turn anyway, right? So,
yeah,
whatever.
And you're not gonna block a Kadachi with the husk. So it's the correct play, even though he's punished for it. But let's check out these banishes. So we have to top and get a Moverance, guys. That's a whiff. Funny story. I was actually playing Joel in a locals here. I was playing the Shane in a locals in a mirror, and we both whiffed very, very hard. And I remember I was at like 1, and he had 4 shackles and whiffed all 4 of them, and then died. In like the very end game.
Yikes.
Yeah, it's very unlucky.
Oh no.
It's funny
that happened to me in a skirmish too, though. I whiffed on 5 shackles. 5.
Oh yeah. I whiffed. It's okay. I whiffed 6. I whiffed 6 in a row. It was
devastating.
Yeah, I whiffed 6 in a row in my semis versus Ira. But yeah, I mean the mirror of Shane is pretty much just like, please don't draw Artifor, and then whoever draws it kind of
basically
pulls ahead
it comes
usually.
Down to, yep. Yeah, exactly.
Maybe not the most skill intensive mirror I've played, but who doesn't like a day at the casino? Looks like we're gonna start off with I think it's a blue seeds here. Yeah. So that's a good one. Shadowverse are banishing. Banishing Howl from Beyond.
To banish. Ooh, that's pretty good.
Interesting. So you decided to not.
If you don't have an attack that. I think I'm lagging, Brendan.
Oh, is that why you keep interrupting like a rude little?
I think because you keep interrupting me, but I think that I'm really interrupting you because I'm lagging and like everything's coming in 3 seconds later or something like that.
Yeah, it's that Canadian.
I should have fixed the internet before this game, so such is life. Yeah. So yeah, sorry about that. I apologize. I thought you were doing it to me, but it turns out I'm doing it to you.
Okay, I'm used to it. 12 weeks, like I said, Gauntlet week 12. It's normal.
It's literally a 3-second delay, by the way. You took 3 seconds to respond to what I said there. Oh, God.
Oh, nice. So we do have the Whisper of the Oracle into the... Hopefully it's not just a swing with the weapon. I would Boots here if he is able to keep up a resource after this attack action, though. And
yeah, I think I would use the Boots as well. Just keep on huge pressure on the Ira. Definitely be stripping cards from their hand. Is that a yellow meet and greet? That's a little spicy.
Yeah, I think it is. On top of storage.
Now this turn, it doesn't look like he made a soul shackle.
Yet he still has go again.
From the Seeds arcane damage hitting right.
Okay, we are gonna full block that. I would probably Boots swing. Oh wait, we have go again. Who cares? Oh, let's make our soul shackles though. No, yeah, there we go. There we go.
Nice, yeah. Don't forget those soul shackles. They are
especially versus
very
Ira.
Key.
Oh man, wow. Ultra defensive out of the Ira here.
Yeah, sometimes you just have the answers.
But I mean, sometimes you have the answers, but then Joel here still has now he has 3 soul shackles and still has Snapdragon. So I mean, maybe it's an answer to
Hmm.
that, but what happens when Joel draws Art of War here?
Exactly. It's going to be very scary. We'll have to see too if he does end up drawing those Artivores or if he banishes them. There is a big difference in game quality when you are drawing the Artivores and you're able to play them versus when you banish the Artivores and you're not able to do anything um, on like a big Artivore turn.
Yeah, I think the tell of Art of War in his hand is going to be how he blocks this. If he blocks this with like doesn't block it, he for sure has Art of War.
Yeah.
That'd be super aggressive.
I'm thinking if he has Artivore in his hand right now, he probably takes it all
Yep.
and he just commits to basically like stripping every card from the Ara's hand and dealing damage on his turn. But he's going to block at least some of it with a blue Riftbind, I think. Oh, with
Red
a red
Riftbind.
Riftbind. Wow. So
All right.
something tells me
Ooh,
no
there's the Art of
Artivore in
War.
hand. Yep, there you go. Ugh, not what you want to
Oh,
see.
Soul Reaping as well.
Oh, that is terrible. That is the worst thing. Oh my God. I feel for Joel here.
Yep.
Um, I would have started crying already. You would see tears on my playmat if I banished like that, and I have banished like that, and my opponents have seen the tears. Um, it hurts. It definitely hurts, but we'll see what he's able to do with his hand. At least he got a Bounding Demigon that he banished, so it does suck that the two of the best cards in your deck were just banished, but at the very least you did get a Bounding Demigon, which is free to play from the arsenal, so
Yep.
not a huge deal. And
Two
still
and
comes in
four.
for a good amount of from Arcane, yeah. So
Yeah, we got 2 and 4, which is not terrible. Taking the arrow play. Oh wow, the flick flack, man. This guy's got the flickies.
Flick Flack comes out. Yeah,
Hopefully,
seriously.
hopefully we
He
can
will
still
be
swing.
taking 2 Arcane though.
Okay, yeah, we needed that little bit of a. Okay, yeah, because he already did it.
Swing the
Okay,
sword here.
swing the sword,
Hopefully
gets
no
a combo card.
combo card in the hand if for Joel. If there's no combo card in the Iris hand here,
Commits the
it'll
mask.
definitely be a tough sword to block. You might have to commit the mask exactly.
You
So
100% commit the mask, I
we'll
think.
see. After banishing an Artivore and a Soul Reaping, Joel's fingers are crossed for no combo card in hand right now. He's praying.
Yeah,
So we'll
surely,
see
surely Joel's
if his
life
prayers
is
are answered.
contingent on the next turn's banish and like not getting smacked for like something ridiculous. If Ira takes
Yep.
this, it's a little scary for sure. But then again, like
Mhm.
you can just like the Ira's not running any null rune, which I think is the correct decision. But Joel can always draw like Vexing Malice and stuff like that. Okay, okay, yeah, that's really good for Joel. Like that's really really good. So that's not going to be our stalls. We are going to lose the mask, and it's just a 2 card hand, which from Ira can be like 9, can be a lot of damage. But I think Joel will be able to deal with it. Still has the grass. Okay, it's just another E strike for 7. Uh,
He's still got armor that he can block with as well, so
yeah,
he
unfortunately,
can
can't
commit a
only block
card.
with armor.
Yeah. So it's gonna have to be a card from hand at this point. We'll see what he decides to commit, but he can just go 1 card from hand, 2 points of armor, stay basically full life, and then banish 4 cards off the top with a 3 card hand.
I
I
think it's
feel
the
like
way to go.
will definitely be enough to
He's got to
strip the
use these
Iris hand. Yeah.
Snapdragons. Yeah, like that. I mean, this is so he is ahead only on Snapdragon, right? Like he has to get a
Hmm.
decent Snapdragon next turn, and then he can win the game quite easily. If if he has like a really crap hand and he can't Snapdragon, or he has like a bunch of bad banishes, then it's gonna be tough. But yeah, I think a card plus armor. I mean, it's gonna be the correct decision here.
Yeah, hopefully he doesn't pull the Dante slash Brendan classic and just whiff 4 times off the top here. That would be heartbreaking to watch. But we'll see what he's blocking with. It looked like a sink below, but I know that can't be right.
It couldn't. I mean, You say that.
There's no way it's a sync below. I don't think so. It just looked like it from when I saw it in his hand.
Oh man, showing how tough and grindy this matchup is. Really just needs the blue, I think, and to banish well and snappy, and then he is seriously in the driver's seat. The Ira has no armor to deal with. It's gonna be a red Riftbind, which is, it's okay. Kind of makes me think that he doesn't have Artivore, but I could be wrong.
Definitely does not. I wouldn't even be surprised to see that Artivore banished here again.
You just like seeing the world.
I'm calling
burn.
it right now. It's one of his 4 banishes.
Oh man,
nope.
it's
Oh God. Oh no. No. Oh no.
It's pretty terrible.
Oh God, no. Not like this. Not like this. He did do the Dante Brendan classic. That is hard to watch.
Yeah, still can present
I didn't
8
think
damage
it could
here.
happen to the good guys.
Ooh, damn! It's just gonna be a 2. The 2 is Soul Shackle.
Banishing for it.
Tough. Oh, and he's got a flick on it too.
Oh, and he's got the flick flack. Yikes.
Still, like, it just. I think Joel's gonna have to commit 2 cards to the block next turn. He can't play around Razor, and he shouldn't. So if it's Razor, whatever, you lose. But I think with 2 cards, you can still play to win with a 5 banish and Snapdragon's up. So I think that if Joel's able to block with only 2 cards, present enough pressure so that Ira only has 2 as well, he can survive. But there is so many things.
I mean, depending on the Ira's 2-card hand, though, if you have a like a flying kick or something,
I know
keep in mind he does still have that blood drop brigade up, so
yeah, it's tough.
He could very easily flying kick for 7 after 2 Kodachis, which would be pretty. I think that would be game ending, to be honest with you. I don't know how you come back from that, but we'll see if he's able to get additional cards. Is he arsenaling and passing? No way.
Yeah.
There was nothing else to play. Oh no. That is upsetting. You hate to see it, but sometimes it does happen. And now Ira's coming back with a 3-card hand, which will be very tough to deal with for sure.
No Razor, so we will commit a card here. He most likely has now drawn the Artivore, looking at Joel's luck. So now he's drawn all his instants. There's our Plunder run. One thing to note, he is playing 4 Plunder runs. Ooh, Torta Tempo. That is pretty bad. That takes 2 cards. You can keep the blue. You could still find.
At least it's only 2 cards, though. It could have been a flying kick for 7, and that would have just pretty much ended the game. The 1 blue card in his hand is a Vexing Malice that he showed to us last turn, I believe. So we will we'll see what the banishes are. Okay, 1 hit.
There's the other Artivore. Oh man.
Oh.
Ooh, he doesn't have a non-attack action too, or he might have the. Yeah. I mean, if this Arsenal card is Gorganian Tome, that's pretty good. Like, but we still probably die because we have the Husk.
You have to deal 7 damage.
I don't think you. I don't think you deal.
Got a card in Arsenal and 4 cards in hand.
No Artivore. I don't think you deal 7.
It
yeah, I think it's impossible actually. Even if the Ira's hand was all 2 blocks. Okay. There's our Vexing. And looks like we're going to Howl. So hoping that Ira has all... I don't even know.
Watch the red flick flack come out
for remembrances or something in his hand. He's just cheating.
The old 4 Remembrance Classic. I'll bet you any money the red flick flack comes out here.
And
whoa!
That's it.
Okay.
Yep. Sigil. This is like a Tower number 9 classic here. Just sigils for good measure.
Yep.
Oof. So
let his opponent know.
We see Shane. The price that he pays for the crazy output that he can have. He just can't be. I mean, sometimes just going off the top of the deck. Just notable that he does run he probably runs a normal amount of non-attack action. This deck is just very, very high variance, but yeah, banishing both Art of Wars is tough, and also just whiffing on 4 is bad as well. Because I mean, you can see end of the game with Snapdragon Scalers up. That's
Yep.
that's an indication of probably how bad those banishes got.
Soul Reapings, Shadow Puppetries. Yeah, you if you end the game with your Snapdragons up, chances are you probably lost.
For sure. Well, congratulations to
That's usually the way it goes.
congratulations to Let's. Like I said, he was our runner-up last week. But we'll take a quick break and then we'll head into round 3. See you then.
See you guys in a bit.
right, welcome back to round 3 of FAB Gauntlet. We have a Vlasta on the boost mech. This is a classic. He is there every week, and he is currently 2-0. We cannot deny him his feature match. But on the other side of the table, we do have a Bravo. It's going to be Rich. Dante, tell me about the matchup. What little you know of it while I update these names.
Yeah, this is definitely not one that you see very frequently in the Blitz meta. These are two less popular decks, I'd say, but two still very good decks. Obviously, both players are undefeated right now, and I'm sure they probably had to take out an Ira, a Kano, or a Dory to do it. So here they are. This matchup, I feel like I really don't know how to play it on either side, to be honest with you, because I haven't played either deck in Blitz. I've only played them both in CC, but obviously that's very different. This is it's not a control mech, so it's not going to be able to grind out the Bravo. I think the Bravo actually grinds out the mech player here. I feel like the plan is probably just to block up and let them deck themselves out, maybe.
Maybe, right?
Some pressure with it, yeah, with a huge like crippling crush turn or something like that, then that might be the play as well. But if it gets down to it, and maybe they've used like one high octane already or something along those lines,
emerging dominance,
seen it being banished. A little setup turn 1, not bad.
No Kanos. There is a Kano actually, but that Kano is using a portrait mode phone. He is the most scuffed setup ever. It's Alexander Vor. He actually won a Gauntlet, and he is the worst setup I've ever seen in my life.
He was the guy playing on the 2 pieces of paper that one time, the printer paper.
With the Nerf darts.
Yeah. I forgot about the Nerf darts.
All right, so starting out here, the high speed impact. We are going to boost. We're going to hit a locked and loaded, so I believe this is going to be 5 with go again. This is what gets me on the mech stuff, is I don't actually know what all the reds do.
So high speed impact comes in for 4, I believe,
4,
is red.
okay.
Yeah, not 5. If it hits, the next attack gets dominated.
We already see like an interesting take on the Bravo deck, though. We see Atomic Fandal, which is not that crazy, but the emerging dominance red, and he also pitched a yellow. Yeah, I pitched a yellow. I don't know what it's called. I don't know if it's Raging On. No, the one where like the beast is getting like cleaved in half.
The beast is getting cleaved.
It's a Crucible Majestic. It's yellow strip, and it's like
Righteous Cleansing.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a beast.
Dude, it's furry.
Cleave?
It's furry. What do you mean?
I don't know. I don't pay enough attention to the card art. I was like, what are you talking
it's
about?
It's a person?
You're crazy. You're going nuts here. What kind of beast are you looking at?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's not a beast, as you say.
Apparently people are saying it's a man, but
yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a man.
It's okay for you guys to be wrong.
Getting absolutely destroyed with a hammer. It was the first card he pitched this game to play that emerging dominance. So
I always call that card Raging Onslaught. I don't know why, but it looks like we're gonna block out with armor. That's an early block of the armor. We do pistol for 2 here, so I do not think we're on the. It's a man beast. I like that. Does not look. I don't think we're on the blocking. Just blocking out the mech plan as the Bravo player here, because we have already gone down to 14, and we've lost all.
Yeah, we were on the big crush turn here.
Yeah, he's got the emerged dominance, so he feels like he's got to utilize it. I think it's like +4.
Yeah, it gives +3, right?
+3.
No, I think it's +3 and dominate to your next attack, though, so you don't have to use the Bravo ability.
Yeah, I've never looked at that card outside of opening it during Crucible of War.
I've played the +1 version in my CC deck at one point, and I thought it was pretty good.
Ooh,
but yeah, I believe it's +3.
Do we have another Tome of Fandal? Yeah, I think he blocked the Tome. He's got an Arsenal. Love to see it. Boom. Gain 4.
Oh, it is a tome. Okay. That's why we're taking all the damage here.
All right. Up to 18, so...
Yeah, right back.
What is the...
Nothing.
Did he create a seismic or something?
I don't think so. I think he just played...
Yeah.
Okay, I see.
Wait, what the...
What did his last resource get used on?
I don't know. I
have no clue.
Oh, either. Mage Master. Come on, Dante.
Oh,
You're better than that. What the heck?
Yeah, I clearly don't play this game very much. I forgot the Mage Masters
Yeah, yeah.
costed
They
one.
were turned over, to be
That's
fair.
pretty funny.
He was
Yeah,
playing.
he flipped it over
He
on us.
was
What the
he
heck?
was
How
being
am I
tricky
supposed to
about it.
know?
Come on.
Yeah, seriously, how am I supposed to know? That is unfair to me as a caster, I think, is if you're gonna hide information like that. You think I was paying attention? Come on. Think I know what these cards do?
All right.
Well, anyway,
Starting
it
out
makes
with
sense. It
a
looks like,
pistol for 2.
yeah, Alexander's just looks like he's taking the damage there. Whatever. I won't draw cards this turn. That's no problem. If he doesn't have the high octane in hand, then it's not really something that he has to worry about. So, gonna give the pistol a go again. Probably load them both at the remaining 2 resources.
Most
Play out the
likely.
last attack in his hand, maybe?
Yep, 2 cards in hand, so we'll see. I think after 12 weeks of Gauntlet, I still have yet to see Vlasta pull off a high octane or maximum velocity on cam.
Didn't he do it on me?
Were you the one that got owned? I know you got owned by Mech,
Was
but
that
I don't
the
think.
guy?
No, I don't think it was. Maybe it was.
It was the double high octane, like turn 2 after
And they
he
pistoled
played
you
out
like
2,
12 times.
yeah, like 18 times or something. Yeah, it was just, and I was like, okay, cool, fun.
It's one of my
game.
favorite. It's one of my favorite Gauntlet experiences, to be honest.
Good moment. Mine too, for sure, definitely. It's up there.
All right, another pistol for 2. We had that red zipper head that came in for 5. Literally 0 armor left on the option of the Bravo, so I think he's going to be trying to swing in big here. But if Vlasta can weather that storm, he's going to have something coming. Vlasta notably on the Iron Rod helm, the classic Vlasta Iron Rod helm. Just balling on a budget
Why buy a
over there.
skull cap when you can use the budget skull cap? Oh, she's here. There's that righteous cleansing for you, Brennan. You can go look at your furry beast.
Yeah, I'm telling you, you guys are just wrong.
It's not a furry beast. The guardian thing that is attacking the beast, as you say, it's like he has a wing. So that might be the fur that you're alluding to, is like a feathered wing.
Oh, there's our crippling crush.
Yeah, after a blessing of deliverance too, pretty good.
Oof. So
Pretty good
is it
here.
dominated though? It's not, right? Sure.
I don't think so. I think he spent the.
Yeah, no.
I can't see what that last card is in his pitch, but I'm pretty sure it's a seismic
you can't see
surge.
that?
I think it's a seismic surge.
Oh, something must be wrong with your screen.
I can't see that. What the heck? You're such a troll.
It's literally just like a chrome card.
Okay, it is a seismic surge, as I thought. So yeah, it was just showing that it's discounted this turn basically. So no dominate, but he does get the blessing out, and now Vlast has only got 1 card to work with here.
Yeah, a bit of an off turn most likely.
And it looks like it's just going to be a pistol for 2. Give it go again. Pistol for 2 more.
Is it pistol for
or
2?
keep it loaded and then
I was
end
wondering,
turn.
do you keep it loaded?
I don't think so, because your induction chamber's not loaded anyway. You might as well try and get some free damage in here.
Yeah, get him down to 7.
Bravo's coming back with like a 5-card hand.
And he's gaining 3.
And he's probably healing at least through 2, I would think, off that Blessing of Deliverance, unless he like ultra whiffs, but it doesn't happen very frequently. You're usually healing 2.
Oh, speaking of whiffs, there's a whiff.
2, 3. Those are 3 hits.
Well, at least he knows that he's going up. No, Rouse the Ancients does cost 3. You are correct.
Yeah, it does cost 3. What are you talking about? It's okay. I don't know what I don't know what Mage Masters do. You don't know how Rouse the Ancients works.
We all have our moments, right? But at least he knows. At least Vlasta knows he's going to be playing into a very nasty hand the turn after this one. 3 life, and he knows his next turn is 100% Crippling Crush. Correct. Well, he does draw the Rouse there. The Rouse off the Blessing. Wow, that is nice. Jeez.
Yeah, if he's able to play out the... I'm just trying to think of like the coolest turn possible. Imagine he's able to play out the card in his arsenal here. Arsenal to Rouse the Ancients. Drawn to the Crippling Crush with like 3 other blues. Um,
You can
and
play
then
that Mia
pitch.
Seismic, right?
Yeah, you'd have to have a Seismic Surge.
Yeah.
But just imagine. He could easily make one here, right? Like if he pitches, he just needs to clear the arsenal.
He
I think.
literally had a resource up, so yeah.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Okay, nice.
But he needs to, oh, okay.
Pitch. Oh, there's the
Boo.
rounds. Okay, there goes the core. Yeah, darn.
Looks like a pummel though,
I'm
to
upset.
be fair.
Yeah. It does look like a pummel. But does Vlastus see the pummel coming or
Well, it is pummel for 10, so
yeah.
that is something to throw the hood in front of, maybe.
Yep. Although going down to 1 still not
Yeah,
not
not
really
nice.
ideal.
It's not a cheeky
Especially
pummel
if your
though.
hand's not great.
Plays it out
And-
anyway.
Yeah, the pummel won't get a card out of your hand either, so
Yep, we just take 4. All good. And
Yep.
now we know we have to put on enough. We literally, so if we're Vlasto, we have to present lethal with a 2-card hand and an arsenal, or we're getting crippling crushed.
they were good crippling crush. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, we
not
don't
exactly
well,
the place you want to
yeah.
be.
I mean, he could draw another red, which would make the crippling tough. But if he draws 3 blues, which we know so actually he's just drawing 2 unknown cards.
Pitches the Teklo core 2 here.
Yep, and then we're gonna boost, and I think that's for I don't know
0
if
to 60.
I don't know if it's yellow or red.
I think it's a red. It looks like a red 0 to 60. So probably for 4 and then another 2. But
It's got to be
the
another.
Bravo player has enough to play out this crippling crush.
If he has 0 to 60 in his arsenal, that's pretty
He
good.
might just choose to take it all.
Interesting. Go ahead and block there.
Yeah, he's gonna block it, take the 1.
Yeah, it was
then-
red. Maybe. Yeah, I mean, if he has 2 more blues, then he can still play the crippling, and just rip blast his hand.
Yep.
Likely takes this too. He's also gaining life off the blessing, which is nasty. All right, down to 5, and here comes a crippling. So we're gonna boom. How much does emerging dominance cost?
Miss.
Oh,
It
miss,
costs 2. So miss, hit.
Yeah, up to 7.
So at least he goes up to 7. Yep. I might have taken the hit from the 0 to 60,
Dominate.
knowing that I have the Blessing of Deliverance up, just so that I could play Dominate on the Crippling Crush, because these mech decks, these like aggro mech decks, are not known
he
for
pitches
any
a crippling crush.
reaction.
Okay.
Yeah, that is no bueno. So maybe that's why he chose to block from his hand instead. Oh, looks like we got a little freeze action. Okay, just kidding. Not anymore.
Oh, it's just on your end. You're still you got the Canadian bush internet somehow.
Yeah, so hey man, you know how it is.
Yeah.
No, you don't actually. You live in Texas. Things are better there.
It's civilized. Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately. It's okay though. I make do with what I've got, and it's not frozen anymore. So the internet kicks back in, and we're ripping and ready to go.
I wonder if this is another pummel. It actually does look frozen.
Yeah, I'm interested to see.
No, I think that he is
No,
just
I
a very
can see him
stoic
moving
man.
very slightly.
Oh, yeah?
He must be a surgeon because those hands are still.
Yeah, no kidding.
Good lord. I've never seen a man stand so still in my life. Good God. Is that a sigil?
It's a sigil.
It is a sigil. Okay, okay. It's starting to come together now. It's starting to make sense.
There we go, up to 10. Man, this is a really grindy game for Vlasta to try to deal with on a boost mech. Like double blessing of deliverance, sigil, like all these cripplings. It's like, ugh. But
Yeah, if he's able to get a good high octane turn off, he might be able to.
I want to see
get
the
a
maximum
huge tempo swing in
velocity.
his favor, though. So
Yeah, I've literally never seen maximum velocity like cast.
oh, you haven't?
Nope, never.
Wow, it's really scary when it comes.
Yeah,
Because
Goliath.
you've already blocked with your whole
Oh,
hand, and then they come in for 10 damage that you literally can't block. There's the turn I've been waiting
yeah.
for. We're starting off with the high octane here. Let's see how many times we're going to be able to shoot him with the old gun. He might also end up breaking the Achilles here to give himself another action point on top of everything else. But we'll see. As long as he's got a card that he can boost with in his hand, things should be off to a good start for him. It
Oh,
looks like he's playing a...
there we go.
Oh, the double high octane turn!
Dante's getting
Too bad one of those
flashbacks.
wasn't in his arsenal.
Yeah,
Yeah, I am getting flashbacks. Although mine was on turn 2, so I mean, not quite as bad. Hits, we get 2 action points. We're at 3 actions on the turn now, because this has go again.
pretty nice. Boots are available as well.
Yep. He can still use the heart too.
Yep.
Which he might be doing
Yep.
now. Yeah,
That's
there
what
we
he's
go.
doing.
Banish, get some free resource. Let's go.
Yep, let's go.
Nice.
Very nice, very nice.
Little freebie.
Man, you can really turn this around with the Goliath Gauntlet. Oh, speak of the speak of the
Looks like
devil.
he's doing that here.
Ooh, Commander
Into the CNC. Ooh.
Give me 3 cards.
Still action points available too.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Well, the Achilles as well, so he could threaten 6 damage off of that, or is it
Yep.
more? I think it's actually, yeah, because he hasn't even used the induction chamber yet. That's the thing about resources. So if it's a blue, nah, he just swings 3 times. It's just 6.
Yeah, just swing 3 times. Yeah.
It's just nice because you get all 3 cards and then take them down like 4. But who knows? Definitely like a pivot turn for Vlasta here. Oof.
Yeah, I think so too.
Oh, wow.
Double high octane turn is definitely what you want to see when you're looking for your pivot turn, though.
Yeah, give the RC as well, and it's a rouse down to 6.
Mm-hmm.
So we can threaten lethal with the pistol, but we decide to arsenal.
Ooh, we're arsenaling.
Interesting.
I am really curious to know what that card is.
What if it's
wow.
if it's a red, right? Then you arsenal.
Yeah, if it's a red, I guess it wouldn't make any sense to play it out. But red zipper hit maybe.
Maybe. I think I see an emerging dominance.
Because you're as the mech player, your deck's getting pretty thin there.
Oh
wow!
Have,
if
we're
it's
gonna
not going to be dealing more than 2 damage.
We're gonna Helm of Eisen's Peak. That's pretty good for Vlasta, I feel like. Just a total off turn. I mean, but then again, we do have the classic boost mech issue, which is Vlasta's deck looks like a slice of pizza right now. That thing is.
Yeah, exactly. It is small.
Mm.
It's that one slice of pizza in the box that they always cut too small, and then everybody avoids it until the very end when somebody has to eat it. It's that slice of pizza.
Alrighty, so we're gonna load again. It's gonna be pretty hard. I feel like maybe he has to present lethal this turn, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the attacks in the mech deck have 3 to 4 damage each, so he'll still be able to put on a good amount of pressure here, I would think. It's just the issue is that his opponent has so many cards to be able to block with because of that Helm of Eisen's Peak.
Okay, throttle's pretty good.
So we're starting with throttle, not bad. Yep.
I think we would have liked to have that
high speed impact.
Yeah.
He also has an unmovable in his arsenal as well, which he might end up playing out here, to be honest with you. Just block the whole thing.
Well, yep. Blocks the entire thing.
Pummel to do it too, get rid of one of those 2 blocks, so pretty good.
4 cards in. Is it 5 cards in hand or 4? It's 5.
4 cards in hand still.
What the? Yeah, because he's pitched. What am I saying?
Should be. Yeah.
I mean, if you're
Should still be
Vlasta,
4 cards in hand for him to be able to block with. I'm feeling nervous if I'm Vlasta here. I'm sweating a little.
I mean,
I'm like, oh my god, how do I win this game?
Playing out more cards, like I don't know if you just like pistol arsenal or what, but then you just get smacked.
Well, you just get dominate smacked, and then what?
Oh man, we're still boosting too.
Oof, and he hits the other throttle too. Not great. Is that a red zipper hit? I can't tell. Might be blue.
I think it's yellow.
Yellow? Okay, well, or it's just every the color that I don't name. I think you're right though. It does look like it might have been yellow.
Technicolor.
Maybe it is blue. Yeah, Technicolor to end it. It's not bad.
Okay, how many cards do we have? Oh, we have enough for another turn. We probably can't block for Vlasa. So I see an emerging dominance. Nope, that's a choke slam.
Choke slam. Yes, sir.
All right.
Do you know what that card does, Brendan? I didn't either until I got hit by it. I don't think anybody knows what that card does until they get hit by it. No, your attacks don't gain attack on
yeah,
your turn,
yeah, no. Neuter Shane. Yep.
Hurt me bad. Mr. Kill McCreath played that on me in the after my big setup at the end of the game, and it hurt. It hurt real bad. It lost me the game. So I'll never forget what it does. I'll know forever.
Another 10 pummel here that he's like representing. I don't know if he pitched the red pummel early, but like I don't know how Vlasta deals with this one.
He played a red pummel. I don't think he's pitched the other one as far as I know. It could very easily be in his hand here, and then I think
if you're Vlasta, you just like don't play around the pummel. I don't know. Like
the issue is the hammer's coming in. The hammer's coming in for 6 right now anyway, right? So he needs to block with something. Although he could just throw the Foundry Heart in front of it.
Yeah, we just gamble.
Call it a day.
Yeah.
And hope for no pummel.
Yeah, no pummel.
No pummel life.
Not scared. Never didn't have it.
Doesn't look like it is. Oh, it is. Oh my goodness gracious. It is the red pummel. And here's where the sneaky D-react comes out. Oh, no, just kidding.
That's it.
That'll be it.
I like to do that as the Bravo player, but then I just pull out the sigil in game 3, just so for that little bit of time they can feel the fear. But we do get our resident dash boost player on for the cam. I mean, Vlasa's been playing this for so long, it's crazy. He's a legend.
He's been here since week 1.
I know, but he's literally been playing boost dash since week 1.
Yeah. No, he doesn't. He does not switch off that deck. He loves that deck.
Dude is a legend. But
with good reason. I mean, he plays it very well. I've played him in skirmishes and stuff like that, and our games have always been really close. So,
yeah, congratulations to Rich for winning. I just want to shout out Deck Edge again. It's our sponsor. Helps us put on this tournament, provide prizes to the players. He has a Patreon if you're able to get in. Pretty much get a first edition MSRP unlimited as well. It's pretty competitive, but he does open spots just for viewers of FAB Gauntlet. And that is 1 second. Turn off his cam. And boom, goes a new scene. Production value, level 10. Let's go.
Nice.
But yeah, if you're able to get into that Deck Edge Patreon, it's literally the best deal, whether you're playing or collecting. Hit him up with a DM. Tell him you're coming from FAB Gauntlet, and he'll probably get you a spot. Last week we got tons of people in, so let us know. Let us know if that works out as well. But with that, sorry about the screen regions. We'll take a quick break, head into round 4, and see you then. Thanks, guys.
See you guys in a bit.
right, welcome back for round 4 of the FAB Gauntlet. We have 5 rounds of Swiss tonight and then a cut to top 8. But we're going to be looking at a Kasai versus a KO. This is actually table 1. Both players are undefeated. With that said, I think this Kasai player is our North Star for Canada. Their chance to win another, isn't that right?
It's true. The only Canadian to sign up this week, and I am disappointed, unless there might be some other ones, I don't know. But this is the only one of my friends who have signed up this week, so I'm a little disappointed in the homies. Where's Guy representing? Mike's not representing this week. I got nobody, so Nia didn't show up. So here we are. Only Gabe came out to represent, and I appreciate him for it. He's got his cat with him, and he's playing Kasai, which he's been testing for a little while now. And I have lost to this deck. I got creamed by it, actually. So we'll see if he's able to do the same to KO. But there are going to be a lot of die rolls this game, so we'll see if the KO's high rolling or low rolling or what's going on with this one. But he does have a nice big die to do all that with, it looks like.
Yeah, we've seen this KO play before. I recognize his altered KO. But, man, we saw him almost beat tower number 9 with that Demolition Crew for like some ridiculous amount of damage. But ultimately, tower Gambler's gloved and took him off the 6. But anyway, up with Centauri Saber to start it out.
Yeah. No Gambler's gloves on Gabe's side here.
Yeah, so very ballsy.
He's not going to be able to, reroll any of those dice. He might not run Gambler's gloves in his list. You do get 11 equipment though, and I feel like it's, everybody packs the Gambler's gloves just because. But it looks like the KO player might be making the same fatal error that I made in not knowing exactly what Kasai does. Because I one card blocked the Saber, and I got blown out for like an extra 6 damage, I think it was, on turn 1.
It's just a classic warrior.
It could be happening here.
That is happening.
Here we go. It is. Yeah, in the glint. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and the cat, I'll tell you what, his cat is a true born flesh and blood player, because that cat absolutely loves these cards. It is on his mat like 24/7. He has to like sit with his cat on his chair that the cat doesn't like jump over him. But it looks like some free damage there, I would assume.
He's doing like
free damage to be exact.
Oh, wow.
Oh, 6 free damage.
He's doing a version.
Probably drew that Iron Song off the glint.
A version of the Demo squat. It looks like.
No, the Demo squad is something entirely different. This is something else. This is dealing with your cat. Second Saber swings for free, right? Man. So, the second swing as well. What a turn. Yeah, that is, whew. That's a spicer right there, that's for sure. Looks like we're blocking 9. Oh, he gets the barraging beatdowns as well. Not bad at all. You'd love to see it. I think he got 2 barraging beatdowns and a pummel on his first turn there out of his opponent, so not too shabby. And he was able to deal some, I think, 6 free damage there.
Yeah.
Because it's very reminiscent of my game with him, where you don't overblock the first Centauri Saber when you really get punished for it. Mm-hmm. Now, important to note, Gabe does have those Valiant Dynamo online. So you'll see him blocking pretty frequently with them and giving that first Centauri Saber go again, and just blocking with them as many times as you can in the game. I think earlier he got 8 blocks against me. I'm not too sure, but it looks like the cat is still going wild over here. He's back up.
I don't understand. You just put the cat in another room, or that thing loves the camera. It's a Ravenous Raffle for 3, by the way. Revealed the yellow, but like
yeah.
That's the thing is Gabe can have the best turn 1 of his life, but all we got to do is roll some 6s, baby, and we're good.
Well, that's the thing, right? That's the KO special. If you're rolling hot, you're rolling hot. There's really not a whole lot that your opponent can do about it. I might just take the 6 here and try and maybe block up the potential bigger attack that might be coming in after that. Especially if he's rolling hot, which, I mean, if he's on table 1 right now, you got to assume he's been rolling pretty good.
Yeah, maybe you don't have a choice.
Pulping's a pretty good ad.
So draw discard. He Ravenous Rabbled this, by the way, so he knows that it's a riled up yellow. So it's gonna be dominated. Wow. A high roll here would be extremely good.
Yep.
All right. So wow, given
Given
that a good shake, we've got a. Okay, that.
Ooh. All right. The 3. A little underwhelming, but he'll be able to block out the pulping. It will still get
Gambler's
going again,
Gloves.
though, because Gabe won't be able to block with 2
He did
cards.
it.
Oh, he's gambling. Oh my goodness gracious.
That's why we do it.
6.
Yeah.
Oh, whoa. There it is. There it is.
That's pulping for 12, by the way. Dominate.
As Gabe, you hate to see it. 12 dominated. You're basically playing into Bravo here with Go again, because no chance that Gabe can block with more than 1 card here, considering he has nothing in his
GHS
arsenal,
is just saying, welcome to the game, buddy. 5 block? Or, sorry, so 6.
Block in
6, take 6, go down to
block.
11. And it's just going to be a measly...
Not ideal. No.
Measly
Claw for 3. Still, though, that is a lot of damage in 1 turn. At least the Gambler's Gloves are gone now. That's your saving grace. But definitely a lot of damage to contend with there, especially on turn 1. We'll see how he's able to swing back here. Hopefully he's able to give that first Saber go again. It looks like he will be with the Spoils of War. Oh, and he's going to break the Courage as well to be able to swing it for free. So he wants to keep those 2 resource in hand. Maybe he has a... I don't think he plays Route. I'm not sure, though. But he might have... I don't know. What would he want to keep 2 resource for? Do you know, like, of any... It's not overpower, because you need 3 for that. Maybe a Route. Maybe he has a Biting Blade in hand?
Yeah, so...
Do Kasai's play Biting Blade? I'm not too familiar with the deck. That's the issue.
Yeah, I'm not sure for the 2. Trying to think. CNC, yeah.
Oh yeah, Command and Conquer after that would be pretty good.
It'd actually be decently underwhelming, I think, with the armor that we have up. But I guess there's no arsenal as well, so it's...
No, yeah, I was gonna say,
like,
if he's breaking
it's very
Courage.
whatever. I think the Command and Conquer is... Yeah, like, nah. Interesting Courage turn.
Okay.
Yeah. Cash in.
He might have just wanted to get it out of the way, make sure that he can clear the counter off his boots, although I don't think he needed to Courage that turn,
Did
but
not. No.
maybe it was more for the bait for his opponent.
Alright, we're starting with
a
a red
bait action going.
Red Scar for Scar on 1 less life.
Oh. Yeah, that's rough.
Alright, take 1. And I'm going to be rolling some dice here. I want to see another Dominate, bro. Wow. A 12 Dominate would be lethal here.
Blood Rush Bellow.
Wow, he really tosses on the... Let's draw 2. Yeah, so like a 12 Dominate, like if it was another Pulping Dominate, it'd just be lethal. Because you went down to 9.
Yeah, it would not be good. Unless he has like a defense reaction in his arsenal, maybe, that he was
Claw for
baiting
5.
with, but you never know. Yeah, I think...
Funny how
Gabe
Gabe tossed his hand.
Arsenal, you
see that? He tossed his hand like he was going to get intimidated.
Yeah, no, KO doesn't intimidate. He rolls dice and sees how things go for himself from there.
Nothing like a
blocking with the sharpened steel here is just going to be another claw. It looks
quick
like
10 damage.
Does
he have 1 card in hand?
arsenaling the last card.
Yeah.
No, he's got 3 in hand right now. He'll probably take another 2 if he only blocks with 1 card from hand here.
Yeah, it's not about GHS. Just has the 1 in hand.
Oh, GHS is Gabe.
You're correct.
The Kasai player.
Yeah. I'm talking about James.
James C is the runner player. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, just want to make sure you're.
It's okay. I think you're like 3 seconds behind me in The Canadian.
Dude, I'm sorry, man. The
connection.
bush internet is killing me. A beaver chewed down our hydro poles. What can I say?
What the?
Whoa. Smackdown.
What was that?
I don't know.
Scared me, bro. Like, oh.
Ooh, break the heart and cross strap. Okay.
Wow. Why didn't we see that? That's nice.
Okie dokie.
Yeah. Oh, it's a pulping,
I
baby.
didn't see that either.
Let's
very...
go.
Oh, it was the pulp.
Oh, it misses.
Oh, misses.
Would have been great.
So no dominate. Can still be for 12 though, which would be depressing.
Wow, look at him shake those dice, man. This man is practiced.
See, yeah, he is giving it
Gabe's giving him the old. Come on.
He's. Yeah. Yikes. Yeah, Gabe's giving him the "you gotta be kidding me." The "you gotta be kidding me" classic.
Is this Scooperino?
He might have not had a card that blocked there. I think this is a Scooperino. I think I might feel the same way as well. Alrighty, why don't you why don't you read off the deck edge sponsors here? When Kano's rolling hot, yeah, just go to the 2-man thing.
Yeah, I know someone's gonna furiously leave that one. We got the salt, yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's listen, that's KO for you though. That deck, I call it the tournament ruiner.
No, dude, you gotta respect it.
It'll ruin your tournament.
I like it. That's what's up.
It'll ruin your tournament for sure.
Bro, the reality is we're all playing Blitz, so we're all rolling dice, not just KO.
That's true.
But yeah, just want to shout out our sponsor, Deck Edge.
Why don't you tell them about Deck Edge?
Yeah. As soon as you stop interrupting me.
3 seconds behind. I'm sorry.
This guy, man. All right, so yeah, just shout out to our sponsor, Deck Edge. Helps put on this tournament since literally week 1. Puts up the prize for these players. It's got a Patreon if you're able to get in. It's MSRP for first edition and also unlimited. We got a bunch of people in unlimited for slots last week. It's usually pretty tight to get in, but he does let people in who special for viewers of the Gauntlet. So hit him up with a DM, tell him you come from Gauntlet. Maybe you'll be able to get in for Kingdoms. With that, led to a bit of a break for round 5, last round for top 8. Congratulations to the KO. Love to see it. Just gotta hit those high rolls. Let's go.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome back to round number 5 of FAB Gauntlet Week 12. We have a very, very special match. We have our 4-time Gauntlet champion, Tower number 9, on chain against Joel Grizzle on chain. This is the ultimate skill matchup. This is flesh and blood, creme de la creme, Shane v Shane, off the top.
Yeah, you said it best. We're gonna watch two players go straight to the casino and see who banishes better. If you get the Art of Wars in your hand, you're drawn into the Art of Wars, you're playing the Art of Wars, you're probably going to have a pretty easy time in this matchup. If your opponent's banishing their Art of Wars, if they're not able to play them out as effectively as you are, they're probably going to end up losing. So that's usually how it goes. That Husk is a very good momentum swinger, but it's really a lot has to come down to your banishes versus your opponent's banishes and what you're drawing versus what your opponent's drawing in terms of power.
We are seeing the first choice of the game here in the Null Rune boots.
Interesting.
That's a.
You like the Null Rune boots? You like Null Rune?
No, that's a cut my life into pieces. This is my last resort. You need those boots.
Yeah, I think
two Shanes.
Snaps.
We did, yes. So we actually had a lot of good matches we could have picked, and we specifically picked our winning in Shane v Shane because it is just the apex of flesh and blood. It doesn't get better.
1000% correct. Plus, we, like I said at the beginning, we do love seeing players go straight to the lottery or the casino, play the slots, and see what happens. So I guess we'll start off with the old dice roll, and they're going even or odd. I see.
Yeah. Kano, we've got KO undefeated, and we got double Shane for you in round 5. Welcome to Flesh and Blood 2021. Let's go.
This is where we're at. So, I'm not sure who exactly is going first. In the mirror, Brendan, do you think you'd want to go first or second?
That's actually a hard question, but I think you might want to go first. Like it's tough, but I think like it's the same. I honestly, after playing it a few times, I think against Ira you want to go first, and I think the logic holds up against Shane. You just want to be creating your shackles first.
You know what he's pitching there? Bounding Demigon and what?
Unhallowed Rites.
Unhallowed Rites, yeah.
Le Classique.
Okay.
So yeah, just gonna make it likely Arsenal and pass, not let his opponent filter whatsoever.
Same thing as his last first turn. No filter for the opponent, which is good. But if Davis has good cards in his hand, he might not have wanted to filter. He might be happy with that. So.
Yes, but if you think about the statistics of it, it is more likely for him to have
bad cards.
4 cards he doesn't want. Oh shit.
Well, that's I guess not.
Never mind.
Oh yeah. You can eat your words now, buddy.
Yeah,
that was a
one resource gain.
Vanishing a Seeds of Agony, yeah.
Yeah, one resource gain, by the way.
You love to see it. And this is what we're talking about. If Joel's not getting these nice soul reaping turns, he's gonna struggle to have some good comeback turns in this game.
Yeah,
blocks with 2 red Riftbind as well. Yikes.
Yeah, all skiller, no filler. Let's go. Pitches the because the one off the soul reaping. Oh, that command and cold. Dude, if he has a 2 block, oh, it's so painful. He's gonna have to husk.
Yeah.
Okay, we take the
so
regen.
Takes the arcane. I almost thought he was about to take all the physical there too. I was gonna say
no way.
Seems a little crazy.
Imagine that turn 1 like that. That's a non-filtered hand right there. That's just straight up. It's all red, by the way. It's literally all red. That's 4 reds. You know, people complain about their 4 red hands. This is what Tower number 9's 4 red hands look like. It's
not
13 damage.
Yeah, definitely not so bad.
Joel preserving his husk, which I think is a good idea. Keeping the 1 card in hand and the card in arsenal. He could actually come in for 8 damage or so here, so not in the most terrible position. That's not going to get him anywhere, though, but might as well get rid of it.
A Whisper of the Oracle is not going to help.
Get that luck away, or get the bad luck.
Pitch a blue, make another rune chant, soul shackle, call it a day.
Oh, that would be pretty miserable, I think, but maybe that is.
That might be the play here. I wouldn't swing with the sword. I'd just make another rune chant. All right, swing with the sword instead. Sword's coming in for 1 damage. Davis is probably just going to take it.
Yeah. We do have go again. No, he's not gonna let him get the rune chant. I think that's
yeah, I see.
It's fine as well.
I'd prefer to just have 2 rune chants on the next turn, to be honest with you, especially because the next turn is probably his husk break turn.
Maybe
if I were a betting man, I would say that the husk is probably getting broken.
Well, Davis is just running absolutely flaming right now.
Yeah, if he has a 0 cost attack to get the seeds bonus as well,
it's just on brand.
I don't know. Maybe he's just he's unmatchable in this in the mirror here. But we'll see if he E-strikes for like 5 go again or something along those lines.
Okay, gonna come in for 4 with go again. What is he putting on the bottom there? Is that what is that?
Ghostly Visit and Rift.
Ghostly Visit, okay.
Both red, yeah. So I can't see the picture. I can only read the text, just in case you thought I was you last week.
No, I just can't read.
Okay, gotcha.
Coming in for 4. Still haven't triggered the. Okay, we're gonna go Bounding Demigod plus armor. So yeah, I mean you see both players. Obviously, Tower's husk has not been pressured, but both players posturing pretty well to preserve that husk. And I do see the meet and greet for 4 here. And that's a nasty hit trigger that Joel cannot block because they are on 1919. Interesting choice in the null rune boots, by the way. Like the null rune boots, I think, man, I don't know if that could ever be correct. Because like seems tough. I think I'd rather yeah, I don't know. Because we'll see. If Tower gets a big boots turn off, we should see like the disparity between those 2 pieces of armor. I think that your Snapdragons are some of your best equipment pieces in the game.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know about playing out the blue seeds from your banish though. I might prefer to just keep it there and wait until I have more. Like if I get a red rift bind.
He just wanted to swing for 4, wasn't it? Well, he pitched Ghostly Visit.
He had two mean greets in hand, right? So I don't know. I feel like maybe just keeping the blue seeds in there and waiting and biding your time.
I think it's correct.
I know you do take the 1 blood depth, but I prefer to just have it in there for a later turn for sure. But
I think you're right.
Yeah, I don't know though. A lot of players don't like taking blood debt, which I understand as well.
Joel banishing Fantastic again. Wow, this is quite a Shane v Shane game. This is not usually how they go. And Tower finally missing, but makes it up with a hit.
Hitting afterwards. So
yeah,
not too big of a deal. And get to put that seeds back on the bottom too after this. So.
Who will play Art of War first? And it is Tower number 9.
There it is. Let me put it this way: if Davis doesn't win this game, it'll contradict everything I know about this matchup. I'm still shocked that they're both at the same amount of life. Although I think this is where swung. Whoa, okay. The double Art of War turn. What do you think you chose on those Art of Wars? Probably +1 and go again?
Yeah.
Yeah.
For Shody, there's a...
Yep.
Oh,
banishes the Riftbind too? See, now imagine he had that blue seeds in his banish right now.
Be pretty good. But it's still just pretty good. I might have chose +1/+1 to be honest, and just snappy this turn. But you're just gonna get husked. That's a legit concern. But I don't know.
Yeah. Just coming in for 5. None of these attacks that are coming from banish have on hit triggers though. Some of them do get buffed, but I mean, one of them is getting husked for sure. I can't imagine that the husk stays up after this turn.
Yeah, that would be pretty crazy. I mean, if I'm Tower, we'll see. I don't know.
Yeah, I wonder how many non-attack actions.
Joel's like literally listen, like Joel's like literally looking at 15 damage, like just right there on the board, just like 15 in like 15, no sweat, by the way. Like no Snapdragon. He's got the blue. Like I mean, this is Ridiculous.
He's still got 3 cards in hand too. Remember?
Yeah, I know.
There could be a lot more than 15.
Dude, yeah, I know. There could be a
What's in his hand.
CNC on the back of it for 7, right? Like, this could literally be a 22 damage turn if we snap the last one. Okay,
So it
goes down to
looks like he's
14.
gonna take the 5 from the ghostly. Yep. We'll see what we're deciding here.
Oh,
So-
my goodness.
That is that's rough. I think this is the old Husker. This is coming in for 6 damage, right? 4,
Yeah,
5
yeah.
from the Art of War, 6 from Shadow Puppetry. So you just throw the Husk in front of it. You don't have to take cards out of your hand, and you stop the on-hit trigger from the Husk. Assuming, of course, that Davis is not playing Razor Reflex, but
He's not.
you can't just not Husk here, right?
No, you
there's
husk.
no reason not to. Yeah, and it looks like he is husking. So a good choice, I think. And we'll see if he chooses to play the Riftbind out. It would come in for 5 damage here, prevent him from taking.
Yeah, I bet he has another 1 in his 1 cost.
Something tells me.
I don't know. He could just swing, but yeah, it's weird. I feel like he has another 1 cost in his hand if he plays it like this. It's just interesting line. He has go again on this Riftbind, which is for 5, so he could just just the old 20 damage turn Nebula Blade. Like, yeah. Oh god.
Yeah, he's gonna either play out the last card in his hand. I'm thinking it's an attack action to take, make good use of the Art of War that's out right now.
I think so.
Probably goes to Viz
No,
or something.
just
Marvin's guy. So he's gonna make huh? Oh, I see.
4.
Yeah, it would have
so
been
it's
4.
total.
So yeah, so make a rune chant and then swing the sword. Pretty good.
Yeah, so that's so we had the 16, 21 damage turn. 21 damage turn. Tower keeps his Husk, is at 19. Joel does he have 1 card in hand or 2?
I think he has 1 card in hand after that.
Mm.
As far as I can see, anyway, it could be 2. He could just be.
This is why I try to
pretty close to get
avoid
it.
chain at
It is 2.
tournaments. Yeah, it is 2.
He does have 2. Yep.
Well.
Seeds. Miss. Okay, well, there's his. That's his first hit of the game, is it?
Yeah.
Yep. First hit of the game.
I feel like
At
I feel like
least
that's
it's
his
a,
first hit
yellow
of us spectating him. To be honest, after that last game I saw.
No, he got a bounding demigod at one point.
Joel was actually the
is,
player that I played in the quarters at my skirmish, and he had bad luck as well. We're like literally, I don't know. I was very far behind, and he absolutely banished nothing on a turn, and then just took 2 blood debt and died.
Yep.
Brutal.
That's
he goes
the deck sometimes, but
Art of War banishing Soul Reaping.
Oh,
man.
that is so rough. Oh man,
No
that
Snapdragons.
is not the card you want to be banishing.
Yeah. I feel like Tower just.
Oof.
Oh, it's tough.
I mean, he still has so much armor up. He's got 2 on the grasp. We can still block with the Husk. He's banishing 3 next turn. I just feel like Davis is in such a good position here.
You think, eh?
Yeah. Like I don't know if there's any way for poor Joel to come back after all that.
Joel also
we'll
has a
see.
rune
I
chant.
mean,
There we go.
Seeds coming in here. So 2 arcane, and then the meet and greet will get go again if Davis does choose to take the arcane damage here. And if his meet and greet hits, he'll also get a rune chant. So
Tower also
it's
has
good to know.
no rune, so he literally can't block it.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Probably just going to commit a card here. Okay, yeah, just 4.
Yeah.
Still
Block for
gets.
4. Well, he probably chose +1 on Art of War, right?
I think he chose go again if Tower blocked like that. And
Well, no, he would choose +1 because he knows he's going to get the go again with the rune chant because Davis can't block it because he's got no null rune.
Yes, but I think it was Le Punt.
Oh, I see.
So I think that's a missequencing on that end.
Well, we'll see here.
Yeah, that was go. That was go again. I believe. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know, but Tower
Well,
didn't take one, so yeah.
I just saw him make a shackle here, so
Tower
maybe
husks.
it was go again.
I think it was because yeah, I mean Tower didn't take a damage.
That's gonna do it. I thought he might have a bounding demigod or something in his arsenal there after he made the soul shackle, but apparently not. The arsenal stays arsenaled, and we're banishing 3 with a 3-card hand, and we'll see how many hits we get here.
Okay.
Nothing.
Okay.
Nothing.
Hey,
seeds.
red seeds. That's all you need.
Yes, sir.
Joel is at 7. Tower has Snapdragon.
The,
Tower tends to keep his Snapdragons really, really late.
Although he hasn't really needed them, right?
Exactly.
I mean, he didn't have any resource to use them on the other turns. If he didn't have that shadow puppetry, that might have been the turn to use his Snapdragons on. But because he had the shadow puppetry, I think there just hasn't really been a time for him to have to use them.
Does Joel? Nah, because he's soul shackled. Okay, I was gonna say, does Joel consider blocking this arcane? But no. Yeah. There's that blue meet and greet coming in. Relevant hit trigger.
2 damage. You definitely don't want to be giving your opponent that rune chant, but at this point it might just be take it all and try and block the next attack, and hopefully the banish off 4 is really good for you. But he is going to block it with the Howl from Beyond. Expensive card, so I can see why, and does block the full amount of damage.
Yep. Dave's gonna come in for
just
4.
Got the sword.
Get an arsenal
sword
as
coming
well.
in for 4.
Likely he's gonna get this rune chant. Pretty nice.
Yeah, I'd think so.
Yeah, no way you toss 2 cards in front of this when you have 4 soul shackles, right? I mean, Joel can't get that unlucky. He's got to hit some serious gas on the next go around here.
That's what you'd think. But Joel playing chain in Blitz specifically reminds me of me playing chain in Blitz, because I banish like he does, where you hit nothing every turn. We'll see though. This might be the turn where he hits 4 blood debts.
He's got one card.
He feels great about it.
He's only got 1 card in hand.
Hopefully it's a blue.
Surely it's a blue, but classic. Oh, even better. That is some Joel Grizzle right there. Let's go. Oh man, he is not getting a break on this deck.
I feel so bad for him.
Yeah, legit some of the worst banishes I've ever seen. If we can put both his his last game and this game together, it's one of the worst worst banishes.
Dude, I feel for him. I played this deck in a skirmish, and I went 4 games. I banished 1 blood debt card, and I probably had 3 to 4 soul shackles per game. I banished 1 blood debt card in a total of 4 games. It was depressing. So I know how Joel feels.
He's gonna aggressively unsleeve this deck.
Too bad.
Oh wow, he pitches the yellow meet and greet. It's just gonna be a command and conquer and 1 arcane damage. Very dealable for Tower here.
Deal withable.
Deal withable.
Yeah. We'll see what if Davis even decides to block this. He might just choose to take 10 and lose his arsenal. But nope, he's just gonna block with the bounding demigod on how it
works. The seeds didn't even trigger because it's yellow.
Yeah.
Oh man. Now you see Joel just tossing the cards.
Yeah, the card toss. That is the card toss of a defeated man.
By the way, Tower banished.
God.
Almost.
I thought he was about to hit all 4. I thought he was about to hit all 4.
Jeez. This is
Yeah, this is this is hard to watch.
It's not safe for work, man. This is bad.
Starting with the shadow puppetry too. Oh, there's no remorse, man. Oof. There is no remorse.
Oh wow. That's a card.
Yeah, that is. We're coming in for +4 on this now. On this
Bounding
Bounding
Demigon,
Demigon. Yeah.
which is at 8 with a conditional hit trigger and go again. Big iPad. Yeah, Joel's iPad is from the 1980s. It is a special Super Alpha edition. You can see it's as large as a TV.
See, he has the thumb scan iPad, so it's not the first edition. I think that's like the 3rd edition iPad. So it's not that old. I think Joel is still in the future with us, just a little further back.
Just a little bounding for 8, man, with some follow.
Yeah, no biggie. Automatic go again on it as well, so no need to make a thing.
Takes one, and Tower gets to. If he hits here, it's gonna be okay.
This guy doesn't miss.
He
does not miss.
So we Snapdragon here for sure because it's lethal. For sure.
It must be.
Unless Joel scoops it up now, you snap and lethal.
You Snapdragon.
You snap, it's lethal. What he wrote down the number.
He's got an Art of War in hand. He
invert. I knew it was gonna be so shit.
Invert existence.
Oh my goodness.
Oh no. Oh no.
Peak.
You can only block one.
Oh, we have peaked with the Flesh and Blood. That was amazing. I love that.
Look. Hey man, some days you're running hot at the casino and you're Davis, and some days you are not running hot at all and you're Joel. And feels bad for Joel for sure, but I'm sure that Davis is elated with his banishes and that first turn that he got this game.
Yeah, not bad, eh? Your opponent doesn't let you you draw your first 10, you're like, damn, all reds. Your opponent doesn't let you filter, and you're just like, oh wait. Soul Reap and go again, Command and Conquer. Alright.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if the hand is gas.
You say, seems like Joel's running way too many non-blood deck cards. I think he's almost running the same amount as Tower. Maybe 2 less, but I think very close to the same amount as Tower number 9.
I think so too.
Yeah. That is like, I know it looks like that, but that's just kind of how it goes. Like that's
the deck, yeah. That's what my opponents were telling me too when I'd miss every banish. They were like, oh, you're not running enough blood debt. I'm like, half the deck is blood debt. I don't know what you want from me. It's just sometimes you banish the wrong cards.
Yeah.
That's just how it is.
All right, well.
That's Chain.
Is this a Blitz version of Shane deck you mentioned on the podcast? Yes, it is. And it has had some, well, Towers doesn't have the changes, but there has been a few changes. Notably, I think Gorganian Tome is really good. That's like the most important one. But yeah, this is the deck, and it does not look like that every time. That was about as good as it gets.
Yeah. That was pretty much as high roll as you can possibly get with that deck.
Yeah, that would have got a slam the table concede if Dante was on the other side. That's for sure.
Yeah, I would have probably thrown my mat across the room.
Your entire bin, just emptied it. Anyways, congratulations to Tower number 9, our 4-time Gauntlet champion, advancing at top 8. I think Joel is out of top 8. This was a win in, I believe, at table 3. Sorry, I just read a funny comment.
It's possible that he still gets in depending on when his losses were.
True, he did lose the final round, so it is possible. We will have to see. He may sneak in at number 8-ish or something like that. But shout out to Deck Edge, our sponsor for this tournament. Puts a prize for the players, helps us put on the tournament. Has a great Patreon. Sells first edition and unlimited at MSRP. If you're able to get in, that's the place to be for collecting or playing. Patreon's pretty competitive, hard to get in. But if you hit him with a DM, tell him you're coming from Gauntlet, that's he might have a spot for you. He opens them specifically for our events. So with that, we'll take a quick break before we head to top 8, and see you then.
See you guys in a bit.
All right, and a quick turnaround, and we are into our top 8. This is going to be tower number 9 on the Shane, like we saw last round, but against Gabe, Canada's last chance in the tournament on the Kasai. Dante, talk to me while I update these names.
Yeah, I'm just gonna look at the seeding really quick to see. So Davis was actually the higher seed here. He did come fourth at the end of Swiss, and Gabe came fifth. So Davis is going to be able to choose whether or not he wants to go first or second here. I think in this matchup, honestly, as Chain, I'd prefer to go
first.
First?
I think so.
Make a shackle, get something in your arsenal, and
I believe
kind of just work towards more shackles, basically.
I believe
So I
Tower
think
will
that's the way
choose to go second, though. To be honest.
You think he's just that aggressive, eh?
Actually, it's less aggressive, but yeah, I think he would choose to go second just after watching him play. I think it's his general kind of choice in this matchup. I know he doesn't play Kasai a lot, but I assume you just kind of extrapolate any other aggro matchup. We see him go second against Shaney. He's gonna likely choose to go second against Kasai.
Yeah, I wonder if he'll make the fatal error against the Kasai deck where you block the Saber with one card and then get just double attack reaction for an extra 6 damage on top of it.
Maybe that's the tough
That'll
part.
be interesting to see. He plays enough warrior to, I think, know that something like that's probably going to be coming, but I feel like maybe he hasn't played enough Kasai to know that something like that's going to be coming.
We'll see. I would assume Tower would park a few cards in front of it, to be honest.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm interested to see. I disagree with that completely.
The fatal mistake.
I don't like that at all. Yeah, that's a big no-no for me. Before he did that, though, I was going to say it'll be interesting to see how the Valiant Dynamo play out in this matchup. If he's able to keep the counter off them, he'll be able to block a lot of on-hit triggers with the extra +1 defense that he'll be able to get from the Dynamo recurring. So it'll definitely be interesting to see. I 1000% do not agree with bringing that Null Rune Hood, though. I think that you just want armor to be blocking. Blocking the arcane damage is almost just a waste of cards from hand. If he's coming in for arcane, you just kind of let it hit and call it a day. I don't think you can be bringing a Null Rune Hood to be stopping it. I know you didn't seem too high on it either. You thinking the same thing?
I would not do it.
Yeah,
not because I think blocking is like always irrelevant. It's just like it's usually so inefficient to block the arcane, right? Like you're presented with one arcane, and there's like one attack action after it. You have almost no information. If you commit a card to one arcane and he ends up playing 3 attack actions on that chain link, it's like it's terrible for you. So
yep.
Yeah, I think it's almost always wrong to block the arcane unless you're very low. And if you are very low, you're just gonna die of like Vexing Malice and stuff like that anyway. So invert
yeah,
existence.
exactly. So it doesn't matter.
Yeah. So I
don't
the
like
game,
it. You can
personally.
definitely get some arcane block. Yeah, no, I'm with you. Throughout the game, you can get some arcane block in, but I agree. It's just way too inefficient to be bringing.
Especially as a warrior as well.
And I think
yeah.
Do you think as people start seeing that, they might start checking chain deck with more on hit triggers from arcane damage?
Well, it'd be like a weird dynamic situation, right? Where like people would stop writing the arcane barrier because it's pretty much bad against this list, and then maybe you add in more punishes so they bring it back. But I really think that the only character that like effectively blocks chain arcane damage is like Prism, who can block like the single and then make a shield out of their soul and utilize. But for a lot of classes, it's just going to be a waste of 2 resources or waste of a card, and especially on warrior, a super card hungry class. So I mean, committing an entire card to block an arcane damage, which could ultimately just be 1 damage, is pretty bad.
Yeah, I completely agree. Looks like Davis is starting off with a blue meet and greet. It's only 2 damage, nothing crazy, but definitely still something that you're gonna want to be blocking up. It looks like he might just block with armor here to preserve the cards in his hand instead.
If he does block with armor, I would much prefer to see him block with the courage over the gloves. The courage
I think so too. Yeah,
You
the courage should get
always
used
block with the
first,
courage before
and
the
then
gloves, like in my opinion.
yep, me too. The gloves you can use at any time.
Yep.
Courage has, like the gloves aren't breaking to use its effect. You can use the effect whenever you want. The courage, on the other hand, has an effect, and you want to make sure that you get your armor block out of it before you use it for the effect. We saw him use the courage pretty early the last time that we were spectating him, so it could be another situation where he uses it early again, and you want to make sure that you get your efficient block out of the armor before before you break it.
The courage out of him last time we watched him was interesting though. It was like to literally no effect. So
Yeah,
CNC,
I
nice.
think it might have been a bait, but
I
you
feel like
never
you don't
know.
really use courage to bait like that. I don't know, but it is against KO, so who knows? You know, it's like the
Yeah,
class is
definitely
like
a weird matchup. Probably not one that anybody's ever seen before, to be honest.
Command and Conquer for Command and Conquer. Trading CNCs here. Maybe most likely a double block out of tower. No reason why not to. Just on one soul
Yeah,
shackle.
I think so too.
As Shane here. He's just ramping at this point. Like
Hmm.
if Gabe wants to play this slow game in heavy block, like he's gonna be in a world of hurt once tower gets 2 or 3 up.
Yeah, exactly. It'll be very tough for him to find a like tempo swinging turn, whereas Davis has his right on the board. It's that carrion husk, right? So Gabe comes in for a lot of damage one turn, and the husk is close to breaking. He's got his, two,
Oof.
three, four,
Yeah.
maybe even soul shackles on board. He might just choose to block with that husk, and then keep all the cards in his hand and come back for more damage. Um, well, we'll see here. He keeps a 2-card hand, hits the seeds
Classic.
off the top. Another blue seeds, it looks like, which, again, I would probably keep in the banish if I were tower number 9 here. Um, Unless he's got, okay, well, never mind. If you got the E strike, then it's probably worth it. Don't take the blood debt, and you still get the single arcane ping on the E strike for 7 here. I don't think he used Chain's ability though, which is interesting. Oh, I think, okay, I guess he did use it, but he forgot to put the counter on. Um,
Wow. Super defensive.
yeah,
Out of the
yep, very defensive. Maybe the plan is deck him out.
It's a legit
I don't
plan.
know.
The hardest match I had on Shane, outside of like BS, like missing like like 6 blood debts in a row, was actually against a Ninja Control and Blitz. It was like the list was quite bad, but still, like it just tried to deck me out and I almost lost.
Yeah, it just worked. Yeah, that's how it is sometimes.
I
My
think
I
in
had a
Blitz there's
Ninja
like no way
Control
though.
game in CC, and it was hard
CC,
too.
yeah,
So
yeah, CC.
yeah,
But
in
on CC
CC,
you
like
side in the
my opponent was
crossroads
on
and stuff, and
25 life.
yeah,
Yeah, I forgot to set in the crossroads. That was the issue.
that's a rookie move.
Complete. I thought it was. Well, I thought it was aggro ninja. I didn't think that people were
True.
on that defensive ninja list. And
Yeah.
then the first turn of the game, he unmovable, and I was like, what the?
I think I'm gonna play it
I was
into
like,
every
this is not
ninja.
good.
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna play it into every ninja just because I know everybody will net deck that #1 PT. Wow, dude, tower is just, whew,
Yeah, he banishes hot, man. I wish
damn.
I was that good at banishing. It'd make the deck so much more fun.
I mean, yeah, it's 3 in a row. Seeds, Shadow Versa, Bounty Demion. Not bad, eh?
Yeah, it's not too bad. I mean, it's what you want to be seeing for sure.
Oh my goodness.
So it
This,
looks like we're giving a soul reaping go again, banishing a ghostly vision. Get whew, get the free resource as well. Always nice.
is this a Snapdragon turn, I wonder?
It might be, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I don't know if you just save them for Art of War turns, but it's weird. The theory behind when to pop the Snapdragon is interesting, but I don't think he's facing him like. I mean, we've already identified that Gabe is playing very defensively, So maybe we need to preserve our Snapdragons for the kill, rather than if you were in like an Ira matchup, and you could just tempo them out of the game with your Snapdragons, they would never get to use theirs. So it's an interesting dilemma.
Yeah, so Gabe opting to take some damage here. I think he realized that there's a Bounty Demigon and a Ghostly Visit in the arsenal.
Tough.
Mauvrian Skies, yeah, that'll be pretty good on this Bounty Demigon here. Still has the one resource floating. He probably won't need to use the snaps, and I'm guessing that he'll just keep the Shadow Verser banished after this one.
I think so.
So that he can banish another card from his hand effectively next turn. So
we do get the armor here.
Blocking 4 here.
Yep.
Which blocks it all. So no on-hit trigger from the Mauvrian Skies to make a Rune Chant token. And then just a Ghostly Visit coming in for 4. Blocking with a Drowning Blade, it looks like, on Gabe's side. Taking 1.
Yep, 15.
Yep.
Tower will Arsenal. And take 1 Blood Debt down to
And
15 all.
Yep, keep the Shadow Verser banished as well, which I like.
What if that's an Artivore
if
that
you
he
draw into like a
There's
Bounding Demigon or something next turn?
Yeah. There's no way, because he would have played it.
I don't think so. Yeah, if he had the
it.
Ghostly Visit in hand, I think he would have just played the
he
Art
would've
of
played
War.
it.
So
For sure. That'd be,
I don't think there would be any reason not to.
It's Tower, though.
He didn't really pitch anything. He didn't pitch anything that turn, right? So he might have seen that he had a really good turn based on what he banished and decided that this isn't the turn to play the Art of War. I'll wait till I have a better hand to do so. This does look like a pretty good hand, though. I see a Shadow Puppetry in there.
Vexing Malice.
Just off a little sneak peek that we got.
Little sneak.
Yeah. The Vexing Malice would be blue, right? So that would be a good card to pitch. And then I don't think it's an Art of War based on the fact that he blocked with the Ghostly Visit there.
All right.
Banish. Banish.
Still very good.
Banish.
That blue.
Yeah, double hit. I mean, keep in mind, he's at 3 Soul Shackles here, and he still has that Husk up.
Yep.
The Husk is going to be doing big work for him this game. The more Soul Shackles you can get before you have to break the Husk, the better.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's already so deep compared to what we're used to seeing with the Husk.
Yeah, exactly. So he has Vexing Malice and Shadow Puppetry in hand, I believe. After that, he might choose to play the Shadow Puppetry Riftbind here, maybe, depending on what's in his arsenal. The Riftbind would be buffed up to 1, 2, 3, 4 from the Shadow Puppetry.
Yep.
Still with an on-hit trigger to banish another card. But it looks like he's going to play the Whisper from
I think he's just going to clear the arsenal.
There.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to play the Shadow Puppetry. He's going to park that in arsenal.
He can also rearrange the top of his deck to be able to banish something good off the Shadow Puppetry if he's able to, but he might just choose to park the Shadow Puppetry in the arsenal, like you said.
His deck is
and just wait to use it on a better turn.
Yeah, I think he parks it for sure. Oh.
Nope. He plays
interesting.
It.
Wow.
So pitch, and then Riftbind coming in here.
5 with a hit trigger.
5 damage with Go again. He can make a Soul Shackle, play the Shadow Verser, and then play the Nebula Blade after all this as well.
So I think this is the correct line.
Arcane damage too. So
yeah, I think this is the correct line. Actually, I think I was wrong.
Yeah, definitely not easy to block here. He might choose to commit those last 2 points of armor. Taking the 1 Arcane from the Seeds and then having the Skull Cap up here would be super huge, but as you can see, it's a Null Rune Hood instead, so it's feeling a little bad.
We'll see if he ever blocks Arcane this game. Blocks for 6.
I promise you he won't until he's at like 1 life and he has to block the Arcane damage.
So he took 1.
Yeah.
So there's going to be a trigger here. Oh.
Oh, he didn't play the Shadow Verser.
He can still play it after.
Did he make a chain?
Yep.
Oh, okay, never mind. I didn't see him make a chain, sorry. Or a Soul Shackle.
But wait, so no, there was no hit trigger on the Shadow Puppetry. It was the Arcane. Got it. Yeah. Okay. I thought I was going crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, Shadow. Okay, down to 12. Yeah, so what I like about Tower's gameplay right now is I think that Tower has identified that he is the aggressor and his opponent is essentially trying to deck him out, and because of that, it's going to save the Snapdragons for the actual kill turn. He's also set up the bottom of the deck. Like you saw with that Whisper, he put double bottom, assuming they're both blood debts. Like, what we need out of Tower now is just going to be a big Art of War turn. And there's Gargo's one. Okay.
There's the Art of War banished, unfortunately, but at least he's hitting seeds.
Yeah. Does it the seeds plus
And
the
invert
invert?
existence on there too, which is pretty nice.
Um,
Invert doesn't trigger seeds though, right? Because it's an instant.
well, the issue with invert...
It has to be attack actions for seeds.
Yeah. Yeah. It's also an instant, right? So.
Yeah. Well, that's what I said.
Yeah.
I'm just making sure. I don't know if you know.
I'm just thinking.
That I don't.
No, I'm just thinking about like the invert just doesn't do anything, right? Because Kasaiv doesn't play attack actions.
Yeah. But he can still play it out of the banish to banish just 2 cards so that he's not taking the blood debt from it, which he'll probably choose to do.
Alright, so this is
Although
7-2.
I'm pretty sure, didn't Gabe play a Command and Conquer?
He
so
did.
that invert would still do 2 damage actually.
Yeah.
Just thinking back to the first turn of the game.
Tower need. I think
sure he played a CNC, so that's 2-3 damage.
I think Tower needs an Art of War turn. To be honest, he might need it to like literally win the game. I think like Gabe is just literally. It's just actually just trying to deck him out. Should be interesting. I think it's gonna come down
That's
to
strange. If your plan was deck out, I mean, I feel like you'd want as much armor as possible. So I don't know why you wouldn't bring the skull cap, unless you really thought he was going to be packing on the arcane damage. But
well,
like we said, like I can't foresee a turn where he blocks the arcane.
Yeah, he does. You're right about the 2 CNC. So there's gonna be targets for that. 2 arcane damage.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be really surprised if Gabe doesn't just throw his entire hand in front of stuff like this. If he deviates from that mill plan, I would
to be honest, yeah.
Yeah, I think that'd be like the worst thing you could do is try to deviate from that plan at this point because Tower has a husk, so any pressure you put on is just gonna get husked.
I don't think that there is any reason to deviate from that plan. If he forgets about the husk, he might, but I can't imagine that
Gabe is massaging
the air. This is new. Usually we see
this is like some alien like what's going on here? Tough position. Yeah, it's like
do a little snappy snap.
Just do a little air.
There we go.
Just do a little air fondle for the opponent.
He had to get rid of the bad juju. Now he's doing a little stretch, and then we're gonna get right back into the game after this brief intermission. A little yoga break. We'll see how he decides to block. I think the plan is just block it all.
If he doesn't, I'm gonna be so surprised because then it's like
I'll literally be my jaw will hit the floor, Brendan.
Yeah.
My jaw will literally hit the floor.
I mean, he literally just air massaged his opponent. There we go. You're wrong.
He's blocking the arcane.
He blocks the arcane.
He blocked the arcane. Okay. All right.
Interesting to take 3. Huh.
Yeah, I think I would. I think I'm just throwing my hand in front of everything here. Coming in for 4.
Tower's gonna hold the invert.
Block with the courage and the card in your hand, right? I would hold it too, to be honest.
Tower number 9,
Get the 2 damage.
Our infamous warrior player learning how to stack his deck. I love it. You love to see it. We do
Sometimes that's what you got to do.
No, it is what you got to do. It's a great skill, like for someone who's played like shuffle decks in the past to pick up on and do effectively. Yeah. And I think he's got a really big banish coming. It's just like I just feel like I feel like he needs to draw that Art of War, instead of banish it, and the Art of War's position is unknown.
Could be in his coming hand.
Or yeah, if it's not in his coming hand,
It could
it's
also
banished.
be that
Right?
yeah, it's banished for sure if it's
For
not
sure.
in his coming hand.
Yep.
He's got 4 chances to draw it, and after that, it's over. That thing is getting banished for sure.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm Gabe. There you go. Probably double block this.
Just
Oh yeah, I mean you
I
could
would
throw
just
the
throw
cards.
the
Yeah,
I would
it's
just
fine.
throw that in
But
front
like
of
the
it.
card is
You're not
card in
using
hands.
it anyway, right?
Yeah, it's just like the card is probably not going to do anything either.
Unless he has like a hit and run in his arsenal, maybe then he can break the courage.
And dude, Tower doesn't.
Like block with these 2 cards.
There's literally no
Play the
damage
hit and
Tower
run, break
cares
the
about.
courage.
Yeah, there's no damage Tower cares
Oh,
about.
I know. It's just more to get the counter off his boots is what I'm thinking.
Yeah,
But
good point.
it's just 1 block, right? I'd rather just get rid of the courage. Doesn't matter. You're never gonna get to use it anyway.
Tower
That's the only thing that I could think of that would make sense.
All right, so Artivore or no Artivore. All right, Tower, show us that hand.
Give us a little peek. Nope, he refuses.
Watch him.
That's okay.
Tower better huss this. There we go.
If he doesn't,
I was like, you better huss that.
I'll be shocked. I thought he might glint it, to be honest, from his arsenal, and then swing with the other saber because it'd be free. Or well, he had a resource floating anyway, so it wouldn't matter.
Yeah, he did.
But if he did glint it there, pretty cool. The boots.
There we go.
Come through. But my thing is, if your plan is to deck him out, why keep a card in your hand?
No clue.
To swing the sword for 2, right? Like
Zero
it doesn't
clue.
make any sense.
Yeah, 0 clue. When there's a husk on the other end, I don't know. It seems like I assume he has the Artivore in hand. Like he literally has to have it. There's no way. Artivore's in hand. Snapdragons are up. 200%. Like, no doubt in my mind.
The only question is, does he have an attack action to banish with the Art of War?
I don't know.
That I don't know either, because when he
slamming
went through his graveyard, I saw like every attack action in his
Yeah.
deck in there, and I know there's a Riftbind on the bottom.
Boom. He does. There.
What does he have?
Red
there
Riftbind.
Oh, the red Riftbind. Okay, so he has the other red Riftbind. Yeah.
Oh my goodness! Look at that banish zone.
This is gonna be a juicy turn for sure. Dave's gonna wish he had 3 extra life to block this with that he got absolutely nothing out of from that last card in hand.
For sure, yeah. Like, it's so much better to be at 12, but like maybe he'll still fatigue him.
Yep.
Tower's the one.
If he can survive this turn, he can do it. It's just, I feel like this is gonna be an unbelievably difficult turn to survive.
Yep, I think so too. But I didn't really track Tower's pitch, so I don't know the color in there and like what kind of resources he has.
That I'm not sure of either, to be honest with you. Google. What? What does it say?
I don't know.
What?
I don't know.
I thought he was writing to us so that we could share a message with the stream, but he might have been writing to those aliens that he was trying to conjure earlier with whatever this was.
Yeah, those aliens he was fondling. Alrighty, so are we holding priority here, or what's like? It's. I mean, okay, he drew. So what am I thinking about? Yeah, so Tower's just thinking.
Whew. That was funny. Good one.
What do you mean?
Nothing. Just, you're a funny guy, Brendan. That's all. Weird. You are a funny guy.
There's the blue. It's the Vexing Malice. Okay, listen. He's going to draw the Vexing Malice. This is really important. He's going to draw the blue Vexing Malice, and he's going to keep the invert in the banish zone. So he's going to have 2 instances of double arcane damage that are, one is like it's unblockable essentially, kind of by the warrior player here, and he can also do it. Yeah. So this is super good for Tower, like incredibly good. I was wondering where that last vexing was. Wasn't sure if I missed it in the graveyard, but the fact that he's going to draw it in his hand again is super important. And I think it's going to win the game for sure. If he doesn't
in for 7.
Yeah. It's just
I think you just block 6 here. Don't be a crazy man. You just block 6 here.
Of course. What else?
The Art of War is up. It's right there. I see it. It's right there. You gotta block. You gotta block this turnout.
His vexing is so key. Like it's crazy.
There's no on-hit trigger for this, so
No.
even if you take the 1 damage, it's not the end of the world. Doesn't really matter.
The only thing
you have to block.
The only thing that Gabe can think about no, he literally is. There's only one thinking pattern here. He's thinking, am I gonna try to block Arcane later down the line, or he's going through, am I gonna block this with 1 card? Which don't do that. It's so wait. Actually, I don't know if you can hear me, but I'm assuming he has me muted. But that'd be wrong. Like definitely don't block this with 1 card. There's literally invert. Yeah, 2 cards. There's an invert existence.
Okay.
And
we're good.
A vexing malice. So face up. If you go to 2, you're dead 100%.
Yeah, you cannot go to 2.
And Tower might even smack you
will
for
lose.
Unblockable 2 after this next attack action to the invert. So, yeah. He's inquiring about the graveyard at this point. You want to wait till he has no cards in hand. And spank him with an invert for 2. Wow. Be so much worse if Gabe was on 11.
Yeah, I know, dude. Oh my god. I'm sure that he is kicking himself for not blocking with that last card. I think he forgot about the husk, to be honest with you. I think he just forgot.
He drew. So 6 draw.
He strike for 7 draw. Yeah, 7
ran.
draw card. Did he make a thing off Ripbind? Did he make
Isn't
a
only
soul
for,
shackle
isn't only for
Ripbind?
6?
I think he gave it go again with Heart of War. I think it's for 5 draw card. I don't know. I don't know what mode he chose on Heart of War.
Yeah, I'm assuming. No, I think it's draw. But I think he's gonna snap it. Like he was fishing.
Yeah. Well, obviously he's gonna snap it. I don't know how much damage it's for. If it's for 5 or 6.
Oh, you think he plus? Yeah, I think he plus 1 on the.
Yeah, I think he chose Art of War. Go again on Art of War to give it to the Riftbind.
All right, 6. So remember, 2 is for sure dead. Can we find the damage? What is it? It's a Riftbind.
It's a red Riftbind in his hand.
What is it? Invert?
Yeah, there's a red Riftbind in his hand right now, if I'm not mistaken.
Shadow of Ursa. Okay.
Yeah, Shadow of Ursa, invert existence, and a Riftbind blue. And I think in his hand right now is a red Riftbind, if I'm not mistaken.
Shane's?
Yep, make a shackle.
Yeah, I think the Shadow of Ursa.
So he did choose go again on the Art of War.
Interesting. Is that game losing?
Oh, it's the oh, never mind. The next is Nebula Blade for 4 here.
With go again or what?
4 with go again. He did make a shackle.
The opponent's dead.
I thought.
Opponent's dead.
Oh yeah, he loses now.
It's over.
Yeah, you can't win.
It's dead.
Yeah, you had to throw your card in front of the Nebula Blade there.
Potion.
If he was
Potion. He's dead. It's potion. Yep.
Oh, it's a potion. Yeah, that's it.
Wow.
Yeah, that is rough.
It's crazy how hard Tower had to work for that one. His opponent essentially just threw down his cards to block. Yeah.
Dude,
so
all I'm saying is if he just kept stuck to that game plan of throwing every card in his hand in front of all of Davis's cards, and he had the full fridge, including the skull cap, I think that game would have been a little bit different, to be honest with you. I think that Davis probably would have lost.
It's like once you're on a game plan,
he deviated
like that,
from the plan for 1 turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, didn't bring the skull cap, and I think that really bit him in the end, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, if you just commit,
Yeah,
it's
if you're
hard.
if
You're
you
so
commit to a
committed.
game plan, yeah. If you commit, you have to stay. Like you can't deviate at all. You can't just be like, oh, you know what? Like maybe this turn I'll try and get some damage in. No, 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 no. You're blocking. That's your. That's how you're playing out this game. You can't change that.
Yeah. Anyway,
There's no momentum
congratulations.
swing with the husk.
Sorry. Yeah,
Yeah. No, sorry. Keep
congratulations. I was
going.
just
We have
saying.
that 3 second delay thing.
Yeah, no, I know Canadian Bush Internet, but congratulations to Tower Number 9, four-time Gauntlet champion, showing his prowess in this quarterfinals game. We're gonna head into the semifinals very soon. I assume the other game's gonna be very close to being finished because that was a bit of a slog. But yeah, we will see you guys in the quarters. We're gonna take a quick break and be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Make sure that one of you guys represents your life on a phone or something like that, if possible.
Dante, can you turn your cam? It's all funky. My dude. I went live, by the way.
Oh, you went live.
Yeah.
Sorry.
There he is.
I was trying to tell the players for someone to represent their life on a like a phone or something like that, but I think we're gonna have to go off tower number 9's little sheet here.
Yeah.
Do
you mind shooting him a message just so he keeps it on cam?
Yeah. I will right now.
So we got our KO, by the way. This KO is actually undefeated through Swiss and through the top 8 rounds so far. Tower number 9 pulls the Gambler's Gloves. There we go. Smart choice, my friend.
Yep.
So yeah, this KO has been running hot to say the least. He does opt for the Arcanite Skullcap, Gambler's Gloves. Is using the legs. I think he's thinking about a Null Rune piece here, which would be a trap. Definitely not that one. Oh my goodness. He swaps out the Gambler's Gloves for a Null Rune. That is not what you want to do. Okay, there. Man.
People, okay. I
strongly disagree with the
Null
Rune.
Just no Null Rune, guys. Come on. Yeah. No Null Rune, people. Please. Listen, if you guys are watching the stream right now, I'm going to give you the tech against Chain, okay? People lose to this deck because they keep running Null Rune. Bro, just stop doing it.
There's Arcane Barrier on Skullhorn. That's just, like, objectively the best one.
It's Arcane Barrier 2, though.
Oh, it is? Yeah, then just forget about it.
Yeah, you still have to, I mean, usually you're blocking one. Just don't bring it.
Yeah, forget about it.
Bring armor, block the on-hit triggers. That's where half the Null Rune comes from anyway. If he plays Siege, he plays Siege. Just take the Null Rune.
Yeah, I mean, you're playing KO.
Everybody's being such a baby about the Null Rune.
You're playing KO, right? Like, your deck is made to not interact with the opponent. Like, so, why?
Exactly. God.
Like, you're not going to be blocked.
Block everything with armor and go nuts.
Huh. So we do opt for the Skullhorn, which I guess, I mean, I like a little bit. I definitely like that more than getting rid of the Gamblers. So that's a thing. And, yeah, Tower doing his classic 4 shuffle here.
Yep, every time I want to get the game started, this guy's doing the pile shuffle. Even though I know he's pile shuffled this thing at least 3 times already.
I know.
But this is how you make the banishes work. Take notes, people.
Crazy to see our KO all the way up here. And that has nothing to do with the player skill. I've never seen the hero actually make top 8, I don't think. Or...
Yeah.
No, and like seriously, I think I think James is literally the only player that has ever played KO in a Gauntlet, and he's top 8'd twice with it. So it's pretty impressive. Yeah. But we will see versus Shane. Shane does have quite a fridge. Tower number 9, Shane looks sick. Does it? I think it's just the default. I think it's a token.
Yeah, what's different about it? Or maybe they're talking about his deck.
Yeah, or his skills.
Oh, I see.
Dude, Dante, I'm so far in the future from you right now. You laggy internet.
Are you really?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, you definitely are, because you took 4 seconds to respond to that. Okay, this is not good.
Didn't you?
I think I'm just in the past, Brendan.
Yeah, stuck in the past. But you've been playing Ira for what, like a year now? Solid 3-4 seconds.
No, yeah. Like 6 months maybe.
6 months. But I'm really excited for you to become a Kano main, so you can stop complaining about the deck.
I do have the boots. I don't complain about the deck. I complain about the players who played the deck.
So you complain, Guy, I know you're here. He's complaining about you, my friend. This guy
is the only good Kano I know.
This guy is
Guy and Rohan are like the 2 good Kanos I know. Everybody else is a luck sacker off the top, and they can tell me I'm wrong.
You're wrong.
I would like them to prove it to me. No, I'm not. Even you are a luck sacker off the top, Brendan. I'm not a luck sacker at all.
Dude, ask Yi. If you think he's a good wizard, ask him on a luck sacker.
You told me you were garbage in
Uh,
French.
how could he do this to me? I thought we like friends. We were close. Tower have a
Hey man,
standard
I'm just
opening
telling
here.
you what he told me, all right?
You know, sometimes,
Yeah.
well, you know what they say, love hurts.
Such is life.
Tower has a standard opening here. We actually do have the light totals on the dice of the KO player as well to go up. It looks like 20 to 18. KO took 1 damage there. Rune chant.
Looks like Davis doesn't actually have a rune chant token, so
I really thought he was
there it is.
gonna write like SOS. When you
Why would he write that?
Because he just knows he's about to get some 6s rolled on him.
Okay,
Oh, we still need to know what your friend Gabe wrote in the last one.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Google.
He must have been
Lock.
making, I don't know, some sort of
Oh, nice.
some sort of thing in for himself.
Ravenous Rabble reveals the riled up
Sorry,
yellow.
I keep cutting you off.
No,
Brandon.
it's okay.
Oh god.
It's a rude thing, I know.
I know. I'm so sorry, dude. I never learned any manners. It's a real issue.
Way off brand.
I gotta restart my computer again after this.
To beam me up with some 5G, brother. Oh, double Ravenous. Okay. That's actually decent
true
damage.
that. Yeah. Is that 4 each? I didn't see what he revealed off the top.
It's 3 each. It was a yellow revealed off the top.
3 each?
I believe that makes it 3,
Still
right?
not too bad.
5 default.
Yeah, that does make it 3.
Oh, that's early. Nope. Wow. With Husk on the table, too. I mean, it makes sense, but it's interesting. Wow, the pulping again. You know, he does draw the yellow riled up like we saw. This is literally like this is like copy paste the play from the other game where we Ravenous Rabble to yellow riled up and we pulping, but before we did not have 2 cards, we had 1 card. So we will discard the riled up. So maybe we had 2 in hand. I don't
Riled
know.
up.
And time to go to the casino. We got that trusty little gray dice that only rolls 6s, except for the one time it rolled a 3. Man, this guy's shake is it's got some friction, that's for sure.
Ooh, a 1. All right, well now we know it's not loaded.
I don't think
that's the stress test right there, so we're good.
Yeah, I don't think he Gamby gloves this one. He's supposed to go for 3.
I don't think so either. I think you just arsenal that last card, call it a day, and just see what he blocks with here. Either that, it does still have go again though, because he discarded the, or no,
It's dominate.
it doesn't have dominate.
It's
but
3
if Davis blocks
dominate.
with 2 cards, it won't have go again. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it has good. It's gonna
what's
have
that new
go
attack called? Overcharge?
Overcharge.
Overload?
What
It's
game do you
overload.
play, brother?
It's over. I don't know what the card's called. Is it Overload?
Is it a comment?
Yeah, it's the one where like the mad scientist is shooting lightning out of his fingers.
Oh yeah, for sure.
It has dominate. It deals 3 damage. That's what this. Okay, you know what?
Yeah, it's overload.
So it's all right, man. It's all right.
True. I did forget to update the names. I will get that updated right now. That is not Gabe. Good catch. This is actually James C. Here we go. Overload.
Do you know what happened there?
No, I
did
was fixing the names.
Davis block with the? Did he block with the husk there, or did he go down to 13 and then the husk broke? I couldn't tell.
Don't know. I was literally looking at.
I think he blocked with the husk because he crossed out. He crossed out the 13 there.
Yeah.
His opponent probably let him take it back.
Never let Tower take anything back. The man won't pay you the same fare. He's a total shark.
Mm-hmm. true.
Joking. Tower's
Very
probably
true.
like one of the nicest players
Evil
that
man.
exists. It's kind of funny. Very respectful player.
He'll even tell you that he has like a bent sleeve or something like that, and be like,
Yeah.
"If you want, I can change it out, or I'll take the round loss because it could count as a marked card." And
So
you're
you gotta
"What?"
hit him with
No,
you're like
fine.
change out the sleeves, do 20 push-ups for even inconveniencing me like this, and Tower will do it.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past him. I would not put it past him at all.
So we got the Art of War turn. What the rune chant? Fancy little rune chant here. Oh. I was gonna say, I was like, take back McGee this game. It's like chess. You let go of it. It's confirmed.
Yeah, it's over.
Tower a bit sunburned on that wrist as well. May need some aloe vera after this one.
Are you sure that's not just his camera?
I don't
He
know.
does live in sunny California,
Sunny
if I'm not
California,
mistaken,
yeah.
so he might actually be sunburned.
Tower's been out there. He's got his year and a half COVID tan. Just getting burned. All right, KO's at 17. Sorry, I'm trying to reorient myself back into this game. We obviously we're on an Art of War turn, so this is pretty critical. I just want to see KO roll some sixes. That's what I came here for.
I do believe that is why we decided to spectate this one.
Well, he's also
KO
undefeated.
6 rolls were...
If you're undefeated with KO,
That's true.
I will never deny you a feature. You're a legend.
You're not wrong there. We'll see if he remains undefeated. If he wins the Gauntlet, that's going to be a Gauntlet for that goes down in history for sure.
I know. I'm just gonna be really happy when he wins the Gauntlet, because all these people, they talk crap about like Ira's too powerful, and this freaking KO wins the Gauntlet, which is probably the hardest week to week tournament that exists. Without a doubt.
Yep,
I mean, unless
exactly.
you live in APAC and you play in like some New Zealand locals. Just shows you Blitz is.
Yeah. Otherwise,
Go ahead, Dante. You're
if
talking
you're anywhere
from.
other than APAC, yes. You know what? Just ignore me. Just ignore me. I'll wait until there's like a 5-second pause from you before I start speaking. I think that's the only way that we can make this work with the horrible delay that I have.
That's your cue, brother.
Dude, I don't know if I should speak after you. Oh no. Oh man, dude, this is how you know it's getting late. This is all of our like top 4 streams, man.
Yeah, they just go deep into the night and start getting a little funny.
A little loopy. Oh man.
Oh, I feel that.
Alrighty, so that was the Art of War turn. A little bit underwhelming, if I do say so myself. I don't know if you feel the same way.
I'm just reading comments. 6 seconds of dead air and they're talking over to each other. Welcome to the Gauntlet, baby. We got a predatory assault. Let's get them dice out. Shake a shake a shake. Dude, I love how James just gets like a freaking workout in these forearms. Oh man. That dice is gonna be like literally scalding hot. Oh. Does whiff
Comes
again.
out of his hands, burns a hole in the mat.
Freaking James is a fire hazard with those dice, man. He's just waiting to roll his sixes.
It's gonna be so much.
Towers,
gonna be so much friction on it. It's gonna turn into a circle.
Towers
Little
banishes are still
sphere,
looking good.
He won't be able to roll a 6.
Gotta heat up the cold foils. What's that? Wait, is that another art of? Yeah, that's another. Jeez,
That's another Art
Louise.
of War, yeah.
All right,
The game.
opponents missing the 6
Hopefully-
die rolls, and Towers just back-to-back art of warring after a Seas banish. Pretty nice.
Yeah.
Life totals look like they
Hopefully
are.
this Art of War is a little more impactful. Oh, sorry.
It's It's okay, dude.
Hopefully this Art of War is a little more impactful, right, Brendan? Oh man.
God, you're terrible at your job, dude.
I'm gonna change computers after this. I think I'll go webcamless, and I'll try and find another computer to do this from. I don't know if it's my computer or what, but we'll figure it out for the finals.
Or you could just keep interrupting me.
I'd rather not. I don't like doing that to you. You're my friend.
All right, so we got 1 and 5. We're gonna fade for scene. Looks like we'll take a damage. We're at 15. I mean, this the KO player is playing very defensive. And looks like Tower's gonna exhaust both of his Art of War pretty soon here. He's holding up 2 fingers. So taking 2 down to 13. 15 to 13. Tower does not have his husk. What will he follow? Surely he follows up with something. I think it's going to be a CNC for 7. That's what my gut tells me. Although it's not relevant on the... Ah! A blue Vexing Malice.
A little Vexing Malice for, what, 2 and 2 Arcane from the Art of War?
Yeah, 2 and 2 Arcane is correct. Maybe he just, like, whiffed really hard on the draws? Interesting. I mean, there's not too many situations where you have Art of War and you have an attack action, a red one, and you just like don't play Art of War. There we go. Tower uses the boots, and then we're just gonna swing for 4 here. I think this is an effective use of the boots, especially against a player on KO.
Yeah, how much block is remaining on those scab skins?
There's 1 block remaining.
1? Okay, yeah, so I'll probably use it here to stop likely the sword from hitting. There you go. Ooh, a Blood Rush Bellow. That's a pretty good card to get.
So, I'm just wondering why this KO player is not playing Tear Limb from Limb. Because that is predonkulous in KO. I think you can kill your opponent on turn 1.
How much damage could you come in for with Tear Limb from Limb?
Isn't it like 24?
Is it really? Whoa.
Like pretty easily, right?
Okay, that's pretty crazy.
Because I thought it increased its base. I could be wrong. If anybody knows, correct me. But I believe that it does like gets a tear limb from limb and then doubles that.
Wow, that's nuts. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I think so. Somebody told me that. So, yeah.
I thought it got doubled and then just got the +6 or whatever it is from tear limb from limb. Yeah.
If anybody knows, let me know in the chat. Because I do think that you do actually get the tear limb from limb bonus and then the bonus, like the plus. But we are going to start out with Shadow of Ursa. Banish for Riftbind. So we've got Riftbind and Unhallowed Rites in that zone. Yep. So tear limb from limb reads +X, so it doubles the base and then gets the plus. Okay, so I'm wrong. Bummer. I thought I got +X. Alright. Wonder if he has a non-attack action for that Unhallowed there to get out of the banish.
Yeah, it's tough to say. I mean, he does have 2 cards in hand, so he very well might.
Interesting. But... So someone said, yeah, we had this conversation on the Canadian Discord. It seems like as it's written, it's X3, but LSS said they intend it to be X4. I would assume that source comes from... I know the Discord sent out a bunch of questions to LSS and they responded regarding certain rulings, so I assume it's on that sheet. That's where all the complicated stuff is. Alright,
I guess we'll have to go back through and look it up.
Yeah, this is pretty nice. This Malvern Skies is going to enable that Unhallowed Rites coming out of the Banish Zone, as well as that Rift guy and getting the bonus. Okay, as it's written, X4 and clarified to be X4. Okay, so I think I was correct then. Cool.
Nice.
Cool. Yeah, I was gonna. The person who told me works at the company, so I was like, what the heck? All right.
Okay, so we're coming with unhallowed rights. Put the
Red
seeds on the
seeds.
bottom. And then I'm guessing a Riftbind after that. Or
Yeah,
maybe
for
he
sure.
keeps the Riftbind banished and comes with the sword instead.
The Riftbind is only for 4. There's an argument. Especially,
Yeah, I
but
don't
like,
know. I feel like you
why?
can get more value out of a Riftbind.
But maybe you just don't want to go down to 12 versus KO because, like, if he just high rolls the pulping on you, I don't know how important your life total is in those kind of. Ooh, Tower does it.
Mm.
I like it.
Yeah, I think keeping the Riftbind there is a better choice. I like it too. It can be way more effective with, whatever it is that you're banishing next turn. What I don't like is that I don't think he made a Soul Shackle here. Unless he made it on the Shadow Verser, but I don't think he did. And I
He
think,
banished.
like we said earlier, you definitely want to be making a Soul Shackle per turn.
Every turn.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree with the no Soul Shackle, but either way, it is still going to be 3 cards off the top to help potentially buff that Riftbind and the 4-card hand that he'll have, depending on if he decides to block the damage that comes in from this KO or not. He hasn't been rolling too hot this game, though, so there might not be too much damage that needs to be blocked, to be honest.
Heat up that dice, baby. Let's go. Shake it a bit more. Yeah, so I know someone else who would probably disagree with that Soul Shackle and not doing it, and that's Tower number 9. So I'm assuming that he forgot in this scenario. I don't think fatiguing is going to be is a concern when he has a Arcane Barrier 2 item, as well as, multiple 0 blocks, 2 blocks. Like, we literally see this. Okay, here we go, pulping. Let's go. All right, let's discard the right card. Boom, off the top. It's a good one.
There you go.
Is he at 3 though?
Within? Okay.
He's at 3, so he could die. Like, he could die here. The Beast Within trigger could literally kill him. It's not even that.
Tower has him at 9.
No, Tower has him at 3. You gotta look like a little bit more to the right there. Like, look in the corner. 8, 3.
Oh, okay. I see. Yeah.
Yep, 2. Okay. Miss. 1. He has one more chance. Dead. Oh. Boom.
Dead.
Let's go.
GG. That's it.
Oh, that was great. I love it. You live by the high roll and you die by the low roll. Let's go. All right.
It happens like that sometimes. That's just the way it is.
So we will take a quick break before the finals, in which we will have Tower number 9, once again, our 4-time Gauntlet champion. So congratulations for making it this far. Hopefully he does get some aloe vera on that sunburn. I can't see it. But while we're there, just need to shout out Deck Edge, our sponsor. Literally since week 1, we're at week 12 now. That's 3 months. So big shout out to Jason. Great guy to work with. If you can get into his Patreon, it's the best place to be for collecting or playing, because he sells first edition and unlimited at MSRP. It's pretty tight, very competitive to get into. But I know last week we got a ton of people in there. And if you want to shoot him a message and tell him to come from Gauntlet, he does have preferential treatment for the watchers of the stream. So with that, we'll take a quick break and we'll see you in the finals. And welcome back to the finals of FAB Gauntlet Week 12. Hello, Dante. Oh, wait, that's not Dante. That's me. Because Dante's camera is gone, and now you have double me. Because we have screen regions and we can't edit them. So now it's going to be 2 cameras of Fitty for this. We do have Tower number 9 on the Shane versus James C. Not James C. Sorry, this is Let's on Ira, who was actually in our finals last week, but ultimately lost out. So, chance of redemption here. Chance to become the Discord champion. And Tower number 9's chance to become the 5th Discord champion in his lifetime. Dante, give me the breakdown.
Yep, ain't that the truth? Ira versus Chain is definitely not an easy matchup. I'm curious to see if the Ira manages to take it this time, take down our Gauntlet champion and become the Gauntlet champion of his own, or if Tower just hoists the belt high above his head and remains the champion of the world. But we'll have to see here. Again, it's really about how early you're able to get that husk as the Ira player. You definitely want to also make sure that you have a very efficient turn with your boots. As we saw in the last Chain v Ira game, the player who had their boots up at the end ended up losing. So you want to definitely get your use out of those boots and make sure that you're staying as aggressive as possible. Once the husk is gone, you can have your big momentum swinging turn, but you got to make sure the husk is gone before you do that. And I think that Davis is going to play pretty defensively before all that happens.
Mm-hmm. So I actually think you want to go first as Shane, which is weird because I was always going second. I think you want to build up Soul Shackles as fast as possible. I think you want to keep the Huskers for as long as possible. But I also think that using your Snapdragons in this matchup is essentially what determines who's going to win the game. Obviously, Autovores are fantastic. You want to draw them. You want to play them. But if you are not able to use your boots and the other player is able to put enough pressure on you, you're never going to have a big enough hand to be able to use them. And it's a big trap that a lot of Iras fall into because they're not used to just kind of cracking them on turn 1 or something like that, which sometimes you have to do. Not turn 0, but turn 1. Maybe it's to get the husk, but you just want to rip that hand of Shane. He can't be going into double canvas fire. Thank you, sir. Can't be going into the later games with 3 Soul Shackles, with 4 cards in hand and the Snapdragons. Is just going to be rough. Why isn't Ira playing Needle Lamau? Because if Ira plays Needle and Tower parks a carrying husk in front of it, that's gone, baby. Literally breaks on impact, and you cannot Razor Reflex it because it checks before reactions, and Razor Reflex is an attack reaction. So insta breaks on the husk. There is actually an argument to play Needle, though. You could actually play the Needle, play very slowly, and then eventually just try to get the husk without using your second weapon. And to close out the game, you have a Needle. So there's an argument there. I think in actuality it doesn't really work because this matchup comes down to Artivore and, like I said, Snapdragon Scalers. So usually it's sort of a tempo matchup. Once one side gets it, they kind of keep it. But
Depending on how much go again that you have in your deck, like if you're running the leg tap line, if you're running Scar for Scars, Life for Lives, things like that, I mean you could bring the Needle turn 1, have it broken turn 1, but at least the husk is out of the way, and now you can start putting on a lot of pressure because there's no husk to worry about. It's definitely a risky strategy. The Chain would have to also banish Not Great in order to be able to do that, but it's also a way to go if that's if you're willing to live life on the edge. But I would not recommend it.
Yeah, chat says this cam setup is way better. I agree, much more handsome.
That's so messed up. Who said that? Was it Mike?
Yes, actually it wasn't Mike this time. But someone said, is there a reason to play Goliath Gauntlet versus Shane? Maybe, right? I think that you would actually want to play the breaking scales for the block, and then you can crack it and do the 1 extra damage. I think that while Goliath Gauntlet might not be the move, I think that it's 100% the move to play no Null Rune, especially against this version. And yeah, I mean, that 1 extra block is huge. There's so many values that are going to be for 4. There's so many hit triggers. You have a reoccurring hit trigger on Nebula Blade. It's just so good to, I think, have the breaking scales in this matchup, and obviously the +1 can be key at times as well. We are going to see Tower number 9 get his first Flick Flack of the game. The thing is, as Shane, Flick Flack does blow. Like, don't get me wrong, that card sucks. You don't like running into it, but when you run into it, turn 1, turn 2, you don't care. All good. Give me all the flick flacks early, and then I'll smack you hard later when I've got these, 3, 4, 5 soul shackles. So I think tower's sitting pretty.
Yep, getting those flick flacks early is really nice. You don't mind it at all as the chain player for sure. We'll see here. I mean, Tower's sticking to the game plan. He's got the husk up. He's got 2 soul shackles already. I mean, if he gets to the 3, 4 soul shackle mark and he's still able to keep that husk up, he's going to be feeling pretty good. So,
And just to bring you guys into the life totals, it is 18 to 15. So very nice for Tower, staying in that 18, keeping the husk up like Dante said for a long time, and his opponent's already down to 15. I'm feeling pretty good for Tower right now. He's just got to banish well. I think we did banish an Artifact, which is unfortunate. That is not on brand for Tower, but maybe he will recover, or maybe his luck has run out. Who knows?
he does seem to be the banish master, but that's definitely what you want to see from the Ira player as the chain. If you're trying to keep that husk up, a Kadachi into an Arsenal pass is just whew. That is juicy, as they say. You love to see it. I don't think you love to see banishing a Command and Conquer, but Howl from Beyond's not so bad.
Not so bad at
He'll
all.
probably play it out here. Yeah. And then again, it's just kind of getting more and more cards out of the Ira's hand here, and the Ira has to always be cognizant of that husk. If you want to have your big momentum swing turn, you can, but the husk is always going to be there to stop whatever the big attack is. So it might not be worth it.
Yeah, I mean, we're probably going to say the word husk a million times, but the fact that Tower still has this up while he's making his 3rd soul shackle is huge. Like, yeah, he's kept this husk for a long time. Yes, this is the finals. This is, about a 40 to 50 player tournament right now with Tower number 9 in Let's. This is the Shane versus Ira finals. We do see the springboard somersault out of Arsenal. So, going to be a full block on that end, but Tower number 9, probably not too worried about. Like I said, he's building up. He does. It would be very convenient for him to not banish the 2nd Art of War, but it seems very ahead with this husk and these Snapdragon boots. I think as soon as he gets a big enough turn to Snapdragon, he does that and just keeps the tempo and just drives the Ira into the ground.
Yeah, exactly. He'll just wait until the Ira goes for their big turn, break the husk, and then after that, you're just go nuts because the Ira's never going to have enough cards in their hand to threaten you very much after that. As the Ira's life total continues to dip down as more and more attacks come through, it becomes increasingly difficult to just say, oh yeah, you know what, I'll take that damage and come back at you harder on your next turn, because you don't have enough life to be able to take the damage anymore. If you're sitting at 11 life, I mean, any one of Chain's hands could be lethal. It could come in pretty quick. And you would definitely not be able to stop it, and it would make it really difficult for you. So we'll have to see what the Ira is able to come back with the 3-card hand here. Hopefully it's something big. Maybe they're able to use the boots as well. Get the husk and still come in for a reasonable amount of damage. But
Tower's at 17. He might consider actually taking this Kadachi and then husking after that. He's got a good hand. I think there's a good argument to take this and then maybe husk the next big attack. With that said, okay, so we are going to block for 2. Tower playing pretty defensive. Okay, we got a torn tempo. Decent one to husk. We have no resources floating, so surely it's an Arsenal after this, unless we're going to get punished by an Exude Confidence or Soul Beach Strike. Or obviously, sorry, there's a Bloodshot Arcade on the field, so this could actually be a few things if we allow this to hit.
Yep. It might also just be, if he does block this, he could get the boots played on him. And then whatever that last attack is could maybe be blocked with the husk. But yeah, I think blocking with the husk here is the right decision.
We're banishing 3 off the top. We need our resources. We need our cards. It's time to kind of have a pivot turn here. I think as the Shane player, we are looking at 17 to 15. We need to start putting that Ira in deep water. So, okay, does banish the Riftbind. There is one more.
Pretty good.
And there's the Seeds.
And the Seeds. All right, perfect. I can't tell what color that Seeds is. I think it's blue from what I can tell.
Sorry, yeah. The Seeds is blue. The Riftbind is red.
Yeah, the Riftbind's red. That's the Riftbind you want to see.
Now, does my friend here have Art of War? No, but he does have a Shadow Puppetry.
Mm-hmm.
So we will see what's in that arsenal, and it's an
Pretty
E-strike.
good. Oh,
E-strike for 8. Go
you think
again.
he's 5 drawing a card? Yep. Or 6
He's
drawing a
yeah,
card, I guess.
6 drawn a card.
And two arcane because the blue seeds does trigger off that E-strike there. So
One thing I want
6
us,
draw card.
yeah, one thing I want us to note as we go through this game is how much arcane damage does the Ira actually block? Because they have committed a very significant equipment piece to running that null rune. So let's see how relevant it is.
You want my guess? None.
I would say maybe over none, but less than worth.
I'd be hard pressed until like the last 2 turns of the game. I'd be hard pressed to see this Ira commit any cards to blocking any sort of null rune damage.
Mm-hmm.
I think that until the null rune's coming in for like a lethal amount of damage, there's no reason to block it. And the Ira won't block it to keep cards in hand.
Yeah,
it's just too expensive to block.
Ira,
there you go. No block
yeah,
there.
Going down to 9 here, Ira's going to look to have a pivot turn. I think this is going to be a boots turn out of the Ira. If I'm Tower, I'm looking to get lethal this turn, to be honest. And that's not impossible.
No, definitely not. You already have 2 non-attack actions that you've played out. So the Riftbind's going to be coming in for at least 5 damage. You have another card that you drew off the E-strike. You can still make a shackle to give the Riftbind go again. There are so many different things that could happen off this.
Looks like we haven't blocked yet, so it's actually not no blocks. He was just taking arcane damage there, going down to 13.
Yeah.
Okay, so a leg tap plus a springboard.
Springboard.
That's for 6, so it's gonna stop the shadow puppetry trigger. Right, so how would Tower follow this one up? This is a ultra defensive like this Ira deck with, I guess, it has both the Flick Flack package and the Springboard Somersault, so it is a bit more defensive than usual.
Yeah. It's like the Drone Ira deck, but with leg taps.
Mm-hmm. And this is going to be a Riftbind for, I believe, 5. Yep.
Yeah.
With 1 floating.
With go again as well, so I'm assuming that he's probably just going to pitch that last card to
swing the sword.
Swing the sword, yeah. Might be a blue as well. I don't know if he's made a rune chant this turn. I don't think he has. But he could also pitch, make a rune chant, and then swing the sword as well. Mm-hmm. Just to ping in that extra 1 damage.
Be interesting to see the double block here. So yeah, if we're talking about decks that can block and fatigue chain out, I don't think that Ninja would be at the top of my list. Flick Flack is nice, but there are a lot of cards that block for 2 in the deck. So, I mean, yeah, maybe if Tower banishes every single one of his Artivores, you could successfully enact that game plan, but we are just going to swing for 4. That E-strike, that's going to be a tough one, because it's, are we going to draw that, or are we going to banish it? I think it's going to be the latter. I think that one will eventually get banished. So, okay, we are going to full block here. So no rune chant, which is funny. Very scared of the rune chant, even though we decided to run the null rune. Makes sense, but we did commit the mass there. Would have been nice to have. It kind of seems like every single time would be nice to have breaking scales, right?
Yeah, but that's how it is. When you give up the breaking scales to play the null rune equipment, that's the situation that you find yourself in, where something comes in and now you have to block with your mask momentum instead of just blocking very easily with the breaking scales. The exude confidence comes in here. I almost think that Davis is just going to say, yep, I'll take that, banish 4, and then just, again, swing back hard enough that he gets every card out of the Iris hand again.
I'm wondering about... okay, interesting. So Tower's preserving his life total, which is interesting. He still has the snaps up. His hand must be just... Oh, man, that's so bad. Oh, and the Vexing.
Vexing, a blue Riftbind, the trap.
No Artivores left in the deck. That's so tough. It's going to be a hard one to close out. It almost certainly has to be done on the back of Snapdragon Scalers.
Yeah, for sure.
Oof. God, you hate to see it. Oh, man, we're already at 5. So we're going to go ahead and play the Unhallowed. This is going to be 1+... and yep, well, Unhallowed trigger, I'll put a seed at the bottom.
Probably blue seeds, unless he has a yellow. But I don't think he's played any. I think he only has blues. Or he might put the Hell from Beyond, yeah.
Yeah, I think that that could be correct.
Yeah.
So someone asked how are the Monarch heroes generally faring in the Blitz versus Ira and Dory? Well, Dorinthia seems to sort of been a bit deleted for now. We rarely see her. I don't know if that's because of Shane or what. And then we see a decent amount of Ira. We've been seeing a lot of Bravo here recently. So seems like they're doing well. But currently, I think we're only really seeing Shane and a bit of Prism and then some Bolton, but not much Bolton to success quite yet.
I think Bolton's definitely more of a CC hero, to be honest with you. Great in sealed, great in draft. I just don't know if he holds up in blitz, just because the game plan right now with the Bolton deck seems to either be ultra aggressive or playing with the Centauri Sabers or something like that. And I think it usually ends up being better if you can play out that kind of game plan in CC, where you have more time to be setting up large turns, and you have more ways to be coming in for big turns, basically.
Oh, he snaps now. Nice. Okay. So this is gonna be so this is tough now that the Art of Wars are gone. So it's gonna play. Yep, just gonna play the blade. Pitch the Unhallowed Rights to banish it later. We're gonna full block as the IRAB. We're on the fatigue plan, and I think that we can be successful. Now that the boots are gone. So Tower also milled a Vexing Malice. We know he has an invert existence, but the Ira doesn't play non-attack actions. It's not going to be able to hit him for 2 on that one.
Nope. I don't know if he's on the old version of the deck, so maybe he's running those Whispers of the Oracle that people started teching him because of you. I don't know if you remember those.
Good card, eh?
Yeah.
Oh man. Oh, it hurts my soul.
Big misses. Ooh, and he hits the other Shadow Puppetry.
I
I was going
know.
to say that was probably another one of his outs, is just drawing into the Shadow Puppetry and being able to arsenal it for a big turn or play it on a big turn. But yeah, when you banish the Shadow Puppetry like that, it's gets a little sad for you for sure.
Yeah, that was interesting because I'm a big advocate of playing the boots out early, but I actually think I might have not done it there just because both my Art of Wars are gone, and I think it's the only way for me to actually kind of close out the game.
Yeah.
So it was definitely interesting. We may see the Ira actually pitch to block some arcane damage now because the damage output of Shane is pretty telegraphed at this point, unless we run into like things like meet and greet. He's just going to be kind of coming in for 8 or 9 a turn. It's very blockable. The Ira also has Snapdragons, but I think he's just on the Ira player here is just on a full mill plan. Wow.
Yeah, I think if you're Davis here, you got to start to try and set up a big turn,
Okay.
basically.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. That's a good start.
Has he pitched a red Riftbind or both red Riftbinds in his?
I think he played a red Riftbind because he banished it earlier.
Okay. Does he have a? He has. Well, he obviously has 2, but have we seen the other one?
I don't think so.
Because the game plan here could be keep the seeds in the banish, keep the Howl from Beyond in the banish. You put another Howl from Beyond on the bottom of the deck with Unhallowed Rights. Make sure that you're keeping some blues in hand. Maybe Arsenal another non-attack action, and just wait until you banish that other Howl from Beyond and just start taking a lot of blood debt, basically.
Yeah.
Keep the Ira blocking with all the cards from their hand because they're on the block game, and then just come in for an insane Riftbind turn where they literally cannot possibly block all the damage.
So Ira going down to 7 here, I believe. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, it's 8. Tough. I only think Tower has 2 turns left in this game. I'm interested to know. It's really unfortunate that the invert is not going to be useful. But maybe he can invert himself, take the damage, banish the Howls, like you said, or banish the Riftbind and replay them.
Mhm. I think that would be a
There we go.
pretty good idea.
That's like the audible we have here is that meet and greet, like I talked about. Since he took the arcane damage, this is going to be going wider than Shane would usually be able to go without those Snapdragons. So this could be a turn where we get the Iroh player decently low. I know Flick Flack has been played, which is unfortunate, but does he have the combo card in hand? I think this is a key. This is a really key turn to have that combo.
I don't think he does because I feel like he would have just thrown it on the table already. It's pretty clear that there's going to be another attack coming. So if he had it, he would just toss it down here and then just throws the last card in front of the other attack. But now it becomes a question of what?
Blood Jump Arcade to block an arcane. Blocks both arcane. With a combo card, by the way. Blocks the combo. Can we swing the blade for 4? No.
Oh.
What? Oh, did he... Wait, what? He'd already taken an arcane. How'd go again?
Yeah, I don't know what the...
Oh, that was it. Like, that was... Wait, what the...
Yeah, I'm really confused after
that sucks.
seeing that.
What happened?
He took the arcane first, right? He took
Might be a red. Yeah, I mean, it has... Oh, there's our other vexing. Tough. And now we're going to start circling back to the deck. We surely see... Yeah, there's the E-Strike that we saw pitched first. And now I think it's all gas after this. Unfortunately, it's not going to be banished as well.
Yeah, but you got the seeds. Is that a blue Riftbind in there?
He hadn't taken the arcane yet. Interesting. Oh, yeah, because the seeds, you're right.
Oh.
Reaping cost 6. So he blocked all of the arcane. 6. I see what you mean. Yeah, so it actually did come in clutch there, especially that Blood Drop Arcade. Damn, a swing for 4 there could have maybe closed it out, but being at 8, that's a lot. I don't think. Bummer. Okay, there's the red bounding. I think he's gonna. Yeah, I think he's gonna draw into the red unhallowed, which is a bit unfortunate.
Sad. Yeah. He is gonna draw into it.
Yeah, so creepy.
He might already have it in hand, to be honest.
No, he doesn't, because it was after the. It was definitely after the E-Strike.
I can't remember.
Okay, going down to 7, so we are taking the arcane. Both vexing malices are gone, which is really rough. So, oh man.
Oh, the Flick Flack too.
Yeah,
Yikes.
Catch a break.
Yeah, this game was looking very heavily in Davis's favor at the start. He was up very high on life. He was able to keep the husk up until he had 3 or 4 soul shackles. He was doing everything that you want to be doing, but sometimes the deck just doesn't like you back.
Yeah.
And you banish your Art of Wars. Did he banish them? No, he got to play them out, but he played them out very early, did he not?
No, he banished both of them.
Oh, that was last game, right? Sorry, I'm getting it. It all melts together at this time of night. Yeah, we've watched this deck for 70 games in a row. But yeah, he did banish them this game, and like I said earlier in the stream, you'll notice a big difference when you're playing this deck on the games where you get to play the Art of War and the games where you banish the Art of Wars. The games where you banish the Art of Wars become infinitely harder to win than the games that you're able to play them out and you draw into them. We'll see if he ends up taking this meet and greet damage.
Literally no chance.
Yeah, I don't think that he'll want to waste a combo card blocking this and waste the +2 of the Flick Flack, but it might be something that he has to do. Especially because he'd be going down to 3 and giving his opponent a rune chant. So I think this was definitely a good follow-up for after the Flick Flack. Kind of make them block inefficiently with one of their cards, or just I guess not get the bonus off the Flick Flack. But it is what it is. You still have to block out this damage. You definitely can't be taking it here.
Yeah. So we have the bounding. Oh,
so it looks like they're deep in thought. Oh, just kidding. Somebody disconnected.
Looks like we're back. It was tower.
Maybe he's not back. Okay.
Pardon the
All right,
screen regions.
technical difficulties. This is everybody has Dante internet today apparently, so here we are.
Hopefully, we don't have to go to the classic DMOSC relaying the game state verbally to the players. And there goes Tower flipping his.
Yeah, that was pretty funny. All right, now a little upside down cam action. All right, back right side up.
Well, consider me confused. I'm assuming one player cannot see the other. With that said, let's think about how Tower wins this game. That meet and greet is blue 100%. It is not red. Is that what you're saying?
That meet and greet looks blue to me.
Okay. Looks red to me.
I can't tell for sure. It's got to be blue.
Oh.
I am 98% sure it's blue.
So yeah, here's Let's. He's now drawing a portrait of his opponent. And while we wait for intravenous cam connection, oh, we're back.
Nope, apparently not.
So Dante, how's your Kano journey going? Talk to me.
Pretty well. I do recall absolutely crushing you. What
was that? What was the sample size?
I don't know if you remember. I don't know if that's a repressed memory for you, but I do recall completely destroying you.
Sample size one game, and then you immediately dipped out.
It's the ultimate high roll. What do you want?
Yeah, what do you want?
That's the deck, bro. I high rolled you, you lose. Suck it.
Only need one sample size to win that championship.
That's just the way it is. All I'm saying is that's a pretty good first game, and when we get in more this week, you'll feel my prowess on the deck for real. Because I was going easy on you that game. I didn't want to beat you down so badly, but if I have to, I have to. You know what I mean? I got to get you to stop talking smack about me. So,
Brett Tower
I had
is
to do it.
trying everything. He's gonna go get a shoebox and stream through that or something. I don't know. And Let's here continues to humiliate his opponent by just depicting him. Oh God! Look, the cat has X's on his eyes. Look, it's just showing Tower's future state in this game. Earthquake? Yeah, it might be an earthquake. I think that the camera might be shaking a bit more instead of freezing, but who knows?
I think it's just your standard internet problems.
So
this is unfortunately a reality of online tournaments, but I mean, as you guys have seen with most of the weeks in the Gauntlet, this usually doesn't happen. This is just a special week where our service providers have not shined upon us, unfortunately.
I think the double cam is a hit, though. We might just stick with it.
It'll be easier for me. I wouldn't have to wear a hat every week because I can't get a haircut yet.
I mean, if it just goes south, Dante, you just gotta spark up your cam and throw on the Kano, brother. We gotta have a finals.
Yeah, I'll show him a thing or two. Don't worry. Oh, there we go. I see it.
Yeah, there we go.
We're back.
We are back to Tower losing this game. By the looks of it.
It is going to be very difficult for him.
Yeah, that meet and greet is starting to look more blue to me. There's a hand with a blue shirt. Man's got a sunburn. That must be Tower number 9.
But you never know. A couple Howl from Beyonds later, and he might be in a good position to take it home. So, especially with a Riftbind. He did play out that Seeds, which is a little unfortunate, but I think he wanted to give go again to that meet and greet in his hand. So, it does make sense. I'm wondering what the last card in his hand is, though.
I'm sure by you doing some smart people deduction, we could figure it out, but I have no clue because
We could,
it is
but
past my
again,
bedtime.
not smart enough for that because it is far past my bedtime as well.
Okay, bounding Demigon for 1 and 4. Are we going to block the arcane now or go down to 4? Oh man, both Vexing Malices just make me feel so comfortable if I'm the Iron player. There's no tricky arcane damage to deal with.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, another flick flack. Woo. Yeesh.
This man's life is pain right now. What do we have?
Although I'll tell you what, at least these flick flacks aren't plaguing his final turn of the game where he has to come in for a huge amount of damage. If he's able to keep his opponent from arsenaling one of those, and the opponent only has the 4 cards to block with,
Oh, really?
then it is definitely possible that he'll be able to come in here. Ooh, a Mauvrion Skies. Okay.
This turn when there's a flicky on the board. Maybe he must feel like he has to. I guess to get some value out of this blue Riftbind. So we're coming in for 1, 2, 3.
3. Yeah, 3 damage.
A bit underwhelming.
But again, though, you got to remember, he gets rid of that flick flack, and then he still gets to pitch the last card in his hand and swing the sword for 4.
I'm excited to watch him invert himself, which will be a first. My first experience.
Does he know that he can invert himself?
Surely.
He must. Yeah. I don't think you play that card if you don't know that you can invert yourself.
Yeah, he's going to draw the invert and the unhallowed.
We don't know what the last card in his hand is. He might choose to banish the invert if he has another blue in hand. Not too sure on that one, though, to be honest. But the Howl from Beyond stays banished. He draws another Howl from Beyond, and then I don't know. We'll have to see what that last card in his hand is. Again, we haven't been paying close enough attention to know, even though we should. And it could very easily be a card that is great to.
Whoa!
Whoa!
My dude just went to 1.
He just. All right. Well, maybe it's not as our favorite as we thought. Because now we're coming with the Nebula Blade.
Bro, this is like this is lethal.
That is lethal.
Oh, pitch a sigil, play sigil, dies, right? No.
Play sigil.
Goes up to 4. Okay, he pitched sigil, blocks 3, takes 2.
Takes 1. Wait, 2? What?
The arcane. Oh, pitch the sigil. Yeah. Takes the 1. Okay, got it.
And then Davis gets another rune chant.
Okay, I thought he went to 1. He played a sigil as well. He had double sigil or what? I'm so confused. I thought he pitched a sigil. What happened?
No, he played the sigil to gain 3 life.
What did he pitch? No pitch. Got it. Sigil was played in the pitch zone.
Yeah.
People. Damn. Looked like we had a light at the end of our tunnel, but that is gone.
I mean, depending on how much arcane damage you're able to get in here, there might still be a light at the end of that tunnel. Because those Hell from Beyonds are going to force blocks.
His Nebula Blade hit, though. He should have a rune chant, and that's, like, extremely critical.
Yeah. No, I think Davis wins here because you just double Howl from Beyond. Assuming he has blues, he pitched a...
He does have blues. He has invert plus... Well, his invert plus the card he kept in hand.
I think he has a Mauvrion Skies under the other Howl from Beyond. I can't remember.
Didn't hit, blocked for 5. Okay, flick flack. Yeah, I forgot. I got lost in the sauce there.
Good thing you guys are paying attention.
Yeah.
How are you guys still awake? My God. Probably on that Pacific time or something.
No, I see really old Rob Seigel in here.
Oh,
way past
that's my boy.
Way past your time, buddy. Hey, you gotta go to sleep. You gotta work. Davis's life is at 10. We're here. Oh man, dude, the Mega Boomer's here too. Mike C's here.
Damn. Not past Mike's bedtime yet? That's crazy.
Mike's gotta wake up for bingo tomorrow morning. Shit.
Yeah, so we're playing out that Howl from Beyond, pitching the Invert Existence, playing out the other Howl from Beyond, I'm guessing, pitching another card, and then coming out with that Ghostly Visit.
Shuffle. Oh my god. Then comes with the Ghostly Visit, 3/3 for, so 10. And then what are we doing? Swinging the weapon. I think he has to invert himself after this turn. I don't see how he wins on this turn. Let's say he has double Howl and he can swing. We took all the counters off his Soul Shackles. I guess it doesn't matter. Yeah. Talk to me. How does he win, Dante? I don't see it.
I thought I saw it back when the Hour was at 1 life, and then the Hour played a Sigil and kind of changed things here.
Oh, okay. I mean, I see double Howl coming for 10, swing. Wait, so that's going to be 5 resources. He has 3 cards. Yeah, double Howl, play the Ghostly Visit, swing for 10. Then you swing the Nebula Blade. He has to block 9 of the 10. He takes 1. He goes to 2. Your Nebula Blade hits. You get a Rune Chant. He's at 1 again. That's what I see. Does it say... No, it doesn't say opposing hero, I don't think. So he inverts himself after that. And then, I don't know. Shit. That's the only thing that's the only way I see it is double Howl into the weapon.
Single Howl. Interesting. Did he make a Soul Shackle?
Yeah, I think that's like him.
Oh, okay, yeah, chain's tilted. Okay, yeah. So, tapped. Okay.
Invert does say opposing hero. Oh wow, we're totally screwed then.
Yeah. I don't
the
know
other Howl's in graveyard. I think it might be actually. Did he block a Kadashi with it? It says opposing hero. Man, that's
it then.
Yeah, Legend Story Studios. Why would they do that to us? Opposing hero's graveyard. Oh, bummer. Yeah, everybody's hit me with the Oracle text here. We're wrong. Razor for game. Oh, if he had a Razor, I think we would have seen it by now. And we're going to block for...
Oh, that's a lot of 2 blocks in hand.
Well, now we can...
That's not so bad. Wait a minute.
Swing the Nebula...
Still got another Howl from Beyond in hand. Let's not forget.
And he's got the Unhallowed Rites as well, my dude. This is a perfect lethal. Someone said that the Howl's in the graveyard. The Howl's in the graveyard. That's... Baby.
No, it's not.
Let's go. It's Unhallowed Rites. Unhallowed Rites.
I told you.
Unhallowed Rites.
I told you. I knew what the thing
That's
was.
it.
You win. He cannot block.
We did it. What? Oh my god.
I can't believe it.
Oh my god.
I can believe it, but I can't believe it. Those 2 blocks really did not do him any favors.
Oh my god, dude. He was scared of Razor? No, he blocked for 7, dude. He literally blocked the damage. That's a Ghostly Visit plus Howl from Beyond 7. He had 2 blocks. He blocked the damage. Exactly.
It's the 2... Man, if you're playing that defensive Ira deck with the Sink Belows and the Springboards or whatever, like, those 2 block cards are not doing any favors, especially those Razors.
Oh,
get rid of them.
My goodness. That is one of the... Dude, I was like... Because I was like, okay, Howl, swing... But then the 2 blocks literally won the game. That's it. It was literally all on the 2 blocks. Because the math I was doing was with 4 3 blocks. Oh my goodness.
You draw the 2 blocks and you start to cry. And that is unfortunate. Screen region's gone.
No. I got it on the 2-man. Let me hit you with the... Boom. And we're back.
Yeah, there's the 2-man. Nice.
And we're back. Welcome. Gauntlet Week 12 concluded in probably the most epic way we've ever seen. What a great game. What a fantastic game. The line was so hard to see, but it actually just came down to the opponent drawing 2-2 blocks. That's what we needed, was 2 exact 2 blocks, and we win the game. Obviously, 3 would have been better, but Tower pulls it out. What a freaking machine. The man is a 5-time Gauntlet champion. I am stunned. What a hard game. What a literally double banish Art of War. Like, everything goes wrong for you. You have no vexing malices, and you pull that out. That was incredible. That's by far my favorite game we've ever seen. That was fantastic. All right, so Gauntlet, week 12. Tower number 9 is our champion. On Shane, by the way. First Shane champion. So we all know that we're all boomers now. We're getting old. So it's our bedtime. But we gotta say, big shout out to Deck Edge. That's our sponsor. Puts up the prize for these players. Lets us do this every single week. He's got a Patreon, MSRP First Edition, MSRP Unlimited, you name it. Very hard to get into, but you're lucky because he gets special spots open for FAB Gauntlet watchers. If you want to shoot him a DM, tell him you're coming from Gauntlet, you might be able to sneak in. We got a bunch of people in last week for the Unlimited, but if you want to get for Kingdoms, you better get on him right now. Tell him you're coming from Gauntlet, get in there. But yeah, what a fantastic, fantastic finals. Like, that was... I'm not going to forget that game. That was great. That was like, that's why we do this. Like, I literally feel like that's why I do this, for those games. That was freaking awesome. With that, Dante, any final words before we sign off?
Nope. I loved watching you sweat there. That was something truly special. So hopefully we get more great games like that next week. As you guys know, every Monday, and keep your eyes open for the Deck Edge skirmish. Actually, that's going to be coming out. We don't have any sign-up link or anything for that yet, but there will be a Deck Edge skirmish soon. I believe it's on Sunday the 27th. Maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong. Correct. I don't know for sure. Yep. But it's coming. There will be sign-up links. We'll post it in the Gauntlet Discord for those of you competing in the Gauntlet or who have competed in the Gauntlet. And then we'll also be putting it on, the main Discord, the Canadian Discord, things like that, just so that you guys have the link to get in. Because we know those online skirmish events are kind of premium, and they're a little hard to get into nowadays.
Yep.
So
128 player cap, almost 300 packs being given out to top 8, I believe. So it's freaking ridiculous. It's gonna be awesome. I think it's like the final skirmish, but we hope to see you all there. We will be casting it. We will be hosting it. We will be streaming it. Hopefully, we'll be on the double cam again. But with that, we'll close out Gauntlet Week 12. Thank you so much for joining us.